Hello everyone, I am Crime for Sleep, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Story 1. On the evening of November 5th, 2008, the small, rural town of St. John's, Arizona, was rocked by a crime so unthinkable that it would soon become one of the most controversial murder cases in the state's history. The town, home to just a few thousand people, was known for its peaceful atmosphere and tight-knit community, where neighbors trusted one another and crime was rare. That night, however, everything changed. The victims were Vincent Romero, 29, a devoted father, and Timothy Romans, 39, a longtime family friend and co-worker of Romero's. Both men were shot multiple times inside Romero's home, their bodies left in a scene of shocking violence that did not align with the town's usual tranquility. What made this crime even more disturbing, however, was not just the brutality of the act, but the identity of the suspected killer. The call to 911 came from a co-worker of Timothy Romans, who had grown concerned when he failed to show up for work. When officers arrived, they found an unsettling scene inside the house. Blood pooled on the floor, bullet casings littered the ground, and the eerie stillness of the home only added to the sense of unease. At first glance, the police considered multiple possibilities: a break-in, a robbery gone wrong, or even a personal dispute that had escalated to deadly violence. As officers began their investigation, something didn't quite add up. There were no signs of forced entry. The victims appeared to have been shot at close range, suggesting the killer had been inside the home with them. Then, as detectives pieced together the timeline of events, they uncovered something that left them stunned. The only other person known to be in the house at the time of the murders was Vincent Romero's 8-year-old son. It was an unfathomable possibility. How could a child, barely old enough to understand death, be capable of such a crime? Yet, as officers questioned the young boy, they noticed inconsistencies in his story. He claimed to have come home from school to find his father and Romans dead, but small details in his account didn't align with the evidence at the scene. When pressed further, he grew nervous, avoiding eye contact and struggling to answer basic questions about what had happened that evening. Investigators then turned their attention to the murder weapon, a .22 caliber rifle. The rifle, which had been used to fire multiple rounds, was not a weapon typically associated with impulsive violence. It required deliberate reloading, meaning the shooter had to make the conscious decision to fire again and again. As law enforcement processed the evidence, an unsettling realization took hold. If the boy was responsible, then this was not a single accidental shot. It was multiple, intentional acts of violence. The community of St. John's, a place where children rode their bikes freely in the streets and doors were often left unlocked, suddenly found itself questioning everything it thought it knew about innocence, trust, and the capacity for darkness in even the youngest of minds. As the investigation deepened, detectives faced a dilemma unlike anything they had encountered before. The idea that an 8-year-old child could commit such a brutal act was almost impossible to comprehend. Yet, the evidence continued to point in a single, chilling direction. In their initial interview with the boy, authorities tried to tread carefully. They knew they were dealing with someone who was not only young, but also possibly traumatized by what had happened. At first, the child repeated the same story, that he had come home from school to find his father and Timothy Romans already dead. He claimed to have been scared and confused, not knowing what to do. However, as investigators pressed for details, inconsistencies began to emerge. When asked what time he arrived home, his answers varied. He struggled to explain why there were no signs of forced entry. And most notably, he seemed unusually detached from the horror of finding his father and a family friend murdered in cold blood. A crucial piece of evidence soon turned up: the rifle. It was a .22 caliber, a small but deadly firearm commonly used for hunting small game. When officers examined it, they noticed something significant. The weapon had been reloaded multiple times. This was not a case of a single, accidental gunshot. It required the shooter to consciously pull the trigger, eject the spent cartridge, and reload before firing again. Even more concerning, forensic analysis revealed that the boy had traces of gunpowder residue on his hands. While this alone was not definitive proof, it strongly suggested that he had fired a gun recently. The mounting evidence was becoming impossible to ignore. Still, authorities struggled with the ethical and legal implications of charging such a young child with a crime of this magnitude. In the United States, It is rare for children under 10 to be prosecuted for serious crimes, as they are often deemed incapable of understanding the consequences of their actions. However, Arizona law did not set a strict minimum age for criminal prosecution, meaning the boy could potentially be tried. Faced with this troubling reality, detectives consulted child psychologists and legal experts. Some argued that an 8-year-old could not fully grasp concepts like premeditation or intent, key elements in a murder charge. Others pointed out that the sheer brutality of the crime suggested a deeper psychological issue, one that could not simply be ignored. As pressure mounted to find answers, law enforcement decided to conduct a second interview with the boy, this time in the presence of his guardian. They approached him gently, trying to gain his trust. They asked him about his relationship with his father, about any arguments they might have had. Slowly, cracks began to form in his version of events. At one point, when asked directly whether he had ever handled the gun before, the boy hesitated. He glanced at the floor, his small hands gripping the edge of his chair. Then, in a quiet voice, he admitted something shocking. He had been taught how to use the rifle by his father. This revelation changed everything. Vincent Romero, described by friends as a loving but strict parent, had introduced his son to firearms at an early age. He believed in teaching responsibility, a common practice in rural areas where hunting was part of everyday life. According to family members, he had warned his son never to use the weapon without supervision. But something had gone terribly wrong. Investigators discovered that, in the days leading up to the murders, the boy had reportedly been disciplined for misbehaving. His father had taken away certain privileges, which may have led to feelings of resentment. Could this have been a factor? Was it possible that, in a moment of anger, the child had acted out in a way that no one could have anticipated? The case was growing more complex by the minute. Even if the boy had pulled the trigger, was he truly responsible in the way an adult would be? Or had his environment, upbringing, and emotional state played a role in an act he did not fully understand? As authorities prepared to make a decision about whether to charge him, the town of St. John's found itself divided. Some believed the boy was a cold-blooded killer who needed to face justice. Others saw him as a victim of circumstance, a child who had been exposed to deadly weapons and lacked the maturity to control his impulses. What was certain, however, was that nothing would ever be the same again. In the days following the shocking crime, the town of St. John's became the center of a growing national controversy. News vans lined the streets, reporters swarmed outside the police station, and television crews set up live broadcasts in front of the courthouse. The unimaginable nature of the crime, an 8-year-old boy accused of murder, captivated the nation. People across America debated the case, struggling to understand how something so horrific could have happened in such a small, quiet town. The boy remained in police custody, though officials struggled with the ethics of how to handle him. He was too young to be placed in an adult jail, yet the severity of the crime made it impossible to treat him as an ordinary juvenile offender. He was held in a juvenile detention facility, separated from other children, as legal experts and psychologists assessed his mental state. The town, once peaceful and unremarkable, had become divided. Some saw him as a child who had been failed by the adults around him, while others believed he was a cold-blooded murderer who needed to be held accountable. As detectives reviewed the case, they uncovered more details about the events leading up to the murders. Vincent Romero, the boy's father, was known to be a strict but loving parent. He had recently remarried, and his new wife had encouraged him to be firmer in disciplining his son. According to family friends, the boy had been struggling with the changes in his home life. He had started acting out at school, becoming withdrawn and uncooperative. His father, in response, had tried to teach him discipline. In the days leading up to the crime, the boy had been punished for misbehavior, though the exact details of the punishment remained unclear. The rifle used in the shooting had been a gift to the boy from his father, an act that many found deeply troubling in hindsight. In rural areas, it was not uncommon for children to be taught how to handle firearms at a young age. Hunting and gun ownership were part of the culture, and Vincent Romero had likely seen the rifle as a way to teach his son responsibility. However, responsibility was something the child had not yet fully developed. The more investigators examined the situation, the more they questioned whether the boy had understood the finality of his actions. The forensic evidence was damning. The gunshot residue on the boy's hands suggested he had fired the weapon. The angle of the wounds indicated the shooter had been standing at a lower height, consistent with a child. Ballistics confirmed that the same .22 caliber rifle had been used to kill both men. Most disturbingly, the number of shots fired, multiple rounds into each victim, suggested something more than an accident. It suggested intent. Investigators knew they had to approach the next interrogation carefully. A confession from an 8-year-old could be easily challenged in court if it was obtained improperly. The boy was questioned again, this time with a trained psychologist present to observe his behavior. The interview began with neutral topics: his favorite television shows, his school, what he liked to do for fun. Slowly, the conversation shifted to his father. He spoke about how his father had been angry with him recently. He had taken away his video games. He had sent him to his room for misbehaving. The boy's voice was small, quiet, almost emotionless. When asked about the night of the murders, he hesitated. He repeated that he had come home and found his father and Timothy Romans already dead. The detectives were patient. They asked him if he had ever used the rifle before. He nodded. They asked him if his father had ever let him shoot it. Again he nodded. Then, the room fell into silence. One of the detectives leaned forward slightly. In a soft, calm voice, he asked the question directly. "Did you shoot your dad?" The boy stared at the table, his small hands gripping the edge of his chair. Seconds passed. Then, in a voice so quiet it was almost inaudible, he said, "I think so." It was not a full confession, but it was enough. The psychologist observing the interview noted that the boy's tone was not one of fear or remorse. It was one of uncertainty. He did not seem to fully understand the implications of his actions. The legal system now faced an unprecedented challenge. The boy was too young to be charged as an adult, but the severity of the crime made it impossible to simply dismiss. The prosecutors had to decide whether to pursue formal charges or seek an alternative resolution that focused on rehabilitation. The case raised questions that had no easy answers. How does a society punish a child for an act of unthinkable violence? Should he be treated as a criminal or as a victim of circumstances beyond his control? The town, once united, became bitterly divided. Some residents believed the boy should be punished severely. They saw the killings as a deliberate act, an intentional crime that required justice. Others believed that the tragedy was a failure of parenting, that the boy had been placed in a situation he was never equipped to handle. As the legal battle began, the weight of the situation fell upon everyone involved. The prosecution knew that trying to convict an 8-year-old for murder would be an uphill battle. The defense sought to prove that the boy had not acted with true intent, arguing that he did not fully comprehend the reality of what he had done. In the courtroom, the boy sat quietly, his feet barely touching the floor. He did not look like a killer. He looked like a child, lost in a world he did not understand. His future was now in the hands of the legal system, a system never designed to handle something like this. No matter the outcome, the tragedy had already left its mark. 2 men were dead. A young boy's life was forever changed, and the town of St. John's, once peaceful and ordinary, would never be the same again. Story 2. In the quiet town of Lannion, nestled in the Ain department of eastern France, the summer of 2008 was marked by a tragedy that would forever scar its community. On the night of July 28th, 11-year-old Valentine Cremalt was brutally murdered, a crime that sent shockwaves throughout the nation and drew intense media scrutiny. Valentine was a bright and cheerful boy, known for his love of cycling and his adventurous spirit. That evening, he had set out on his bicycle, as he often did, to enjoy the warm summer air. Unbeknownst to his family, this routine ride would be his last. The following morning, panic set in when Valentine failed to return home. His family, frantic with worry, alerted local authorities, and a search was immediately launched. The tight-knit community rallied together, scouring the town and surrounding areas for any sign of the missing boy. Tragically, their worst fears were confirmed when Valentine's lifeless body was discovered. He had been stabbed 44 times, a level of brutality that suggested a deeply disturbed perpetrator. The senselessness of the act left the town reeling, struggling to comprehend how such violence could erupt in their peaceful enclave. As investigators delved into the case, they encountered a perplexing lack of immediate leads. There were no eyewitnesses, and the motive behind the heinous act remained elusive. The randomness of the crime suggested it was not premeditated, adding to the community's unease. However, a breakthrough came when authorities apprehended a drifter named Stéphane Moitouret and his companion, Noella Higo. The pair had been wandering from town to town for years, living on the fringes of society. Their transient lifestyle made them difficult to track, but certain patterns in their movements aligned with the timeline of Valentine's murder. Under intense interrogation, Moit-Warret confessed to the crime, claiming he was overcome by a moment of madness. His erratic behavior and history of mental instability added a complex layer to the case. Higo, while not directly involved in the murder, was charged with failing to prevent the crime and concealing evidence. The trial that ensued captivated the nation, as details of the couple's nomadic existence and the senselessness of their actions came to light. Psychiatric evaluations played a significant role in the proceedings, as the court grappled with questions of culpability and mental health. Ultimately, Moit-Warret was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Higo received a lesser sentence for her complicity. Valentine's murder left an indelible mark on Lannion, prompting discussions about community safety, mental health awareness, and the challenges posed by transient individuals slipping through the cracks of society. The town continues to honor Valentine's memory, striving to heal while remaining vigilant to prevent such tragedies in the future. The arrest of Stephen Moit-Warret and Noella Higo did little to ease the grief that had settled over Lannion. Valentine Cremalt's murder was not just a crime, it was an incomprehensible act of brutality that shattered the town's sense of security. Families no longer let their children roam freely as they once had, and the atmosphere of trust that had defined the community was replaced by a lingering sense of fear. How could something so horrific have happened in a town where everyone knew each other? What had driven Moit-Warret to target an innocent child on that fateful night? As investigators delved deeper into the case, they uncovered a disturbing history. Stephen Moit-Warret and Noella Higo were not ordinary drifters. They had spent years wandering across France, living a nomadic existence that kept them disconnected from society. Moit-Warret, a man with an unsettling presence, had long exhibited signs of severe mental illness. Higo, his devoted partner, appeared to be both his enabler and his guardian, clinging to him with an almost fanatical loyalty. They had no fixed home, no stable jobs, and no clear purpose, only an erratic journey that had led them through countless towns, always moving, always avoiding attachment. What made their story even more unnerving was the belief system they had constructed around themselves. Moit-Warret claimed to receive divine messages, insisting that he had a special mission on Earth. He spoke of visions, cryptic instructions from unseen forces, and a reality that was separate from what most people understood. Higo, despite having a background as a nurse, reinforced his delusions, supporting his increasingly erratic behavior instead of seeking help for his deteriorating mental state. In the days leading up to Valentine's murder, the couple had been seen in the nearby town of Nantua. Witnesses later recalled that their presence was unsettling, Moit-Warret's wild-eyed expressions, Higo's quiet but intense demeanor. They drifted through villages like ghosts, leaving only whispers of unease in their wake. On the evening of July 28, 2008, they arrived in Lannion. No one knows exactly what went through Moit-Warret's mind when he saw Valentine riding his bicycle through the town. Perhaps it was a sudden impulse, an urge he couldn't control. Perhaps he believed he was following one of his so-called divine commands. What was clear was that he had no connection to the boy, no reason to target him, only a violent madness that erupted without warning. According to the autopsy report, Valentine had fought back. The sheer number of stab wounds, 44 in total, painted a picture of unimaginable horror. Some of the wounds were deep, inflicted with terrifying force. Others seemed more frenzied, as if the attacker had lost himself in a blind rage. The boy's small body had been left on the side of the road, his bicycle lying nearby. It was a crime of pure chaos, devoid of motive, making it all the more terrifying. After the murder, Moit-Warret and Higo did not run far. They continued their aimless wandering, as if nothing had happened. When police finally tracked them down, they found the pair in a makeshift camp outside another small village. Moit-Warret seemed almost detached from reality, while Higo remained eerily calm. Neither showed any immediate remorse. The trial that followed was one of the most complex legal proceedings in France in recent years. The central question was not whether Moit-Warret had committed the murder. There was overwhelming evidence against him. The real question was whether he could be held criminally responsible. His defense argued that he was insane, incapable of understanding his actions. The prosecution, however, painted a different picture. They described a man who, despite his delusions, was fully aware of what he was doing. The brutality of the attack, the repeated stabbing, the absence of any attempt to seek help afterward. These were not the actions of someone completely lost in a hallucination. Higo's role in the crime was also heavily scrutinized. While she had not physically harmed Valentine, her unwavering devotion to Moitworette had allowed his descent into madness to continue unchecked. Prosecutors argued that she had a duty to intervene, to seek help before his instability turned deadly. Some saw her as a victim, trapped in an abusive and manipulative relationship. Others saw her as an accomplice, a willing participant in the nightmare that had unfolded. Psychiatrists were called in to evaluate Moitworette's mental state. Their findings were disturbing. He suffered from severe schizophrenia, characterized by paranoid delusions and a complete detachment from reality. Yet, some experts argued that he still retained enough awareness to be held accountable. The debate over his mental state dragged on for months, dividing public opinion. Valentine's family attended every hearing, their faces marked by grief that would never fade. His parents spoke of their son's dreams, his love of adventure, his kindness. They spoke of the unbearable pain of losing him in such a brutal manner. They wanted justice, but justice, in this case, was not easy to define. As the trial neared its conclusion, the question remained: was this a case of cold-blooded murder, or was it the tragic result of an untreated mental illness spiraling out of control? The answer would determine whether Moitworette would spend the rest of his life in prison or in a psychiatric facility. But for Valentine's family, no verdict could undo the loss they had suffered. Their son was gone, taken by a force they could neither predict nor understand. And nothing could bring him back. The final days of the trial were filled with tension, heated debates, and a sense of exhaustion that weighed heavily on everyone involved. The courtroom was packed, reporters, legal analysts, and grieving members of the Cremalt family, all watching as the fate of Stephen Moitworette and Noella Higo was decided. Outside, crowds gathered, some demanding the harshest punishment possible, others questioning whether a man as mentally disturbed as Moitworette should even stand trial in the first place. For weeks, the prosecution had argued that despite Moitworette's delusions, he was fully aware of his actions when he stabbed Valentine Cremalt 44 times. They described the brutal nature of the attack in detail, forcing the court to confront the unimaginable violence inflicted on an innocent child. They pointed to Moitworette's ability to flee, his attempts to cover his tracks, and his prior history of erratic but deliberate behavior as evidence that he was not completely detached from reality. If he had truly believed he was following some divine command, why had he shown signs of evasion afterward? Why had he not turned himself in? The defense countered with an equally compelling argument. They called expert witnesses who described Moitworette's lifelong struggle with schizophrenia, his extreme paranoia, his delusions of grandeur. He had been hearing voices for years, convinced that he had a special mission from a higher power. Psychiatric reports confirmed that his mental condition had been deteriorating for a long time, exacerbated by his isolated, transient lifestyle. The defense insisted that he was not a cold-blooded murderer, but a deeply sick man who had lost control of his mind. They pleaded with the court to recognize his insanity and spare him from a traditional prison sentence. Noella Higo's role in the crime was more ambiguous, and that ambiguity made her case just as contentious. She had not wielded the knife, had not physically harmed Valentine, yet she had stayed by Moitworette's side, never intervening, never seeking help. Prosecutors argued that she had enabled a dangerous man, feeding into his delusions instead of stopping him. Some even suggested that she had exercised a form of control over him, pushing him further into madness rather than trying to pull him out. The defense, however, painted her as a victim of psychological manipulation, a woman trapped in an unhealthy, dependent relationship with a man whose grip on reality was slipping away. Throughout the trial, Moitworette sat mostly in silence, his face vacant, his demeanor eerily detached. There were moments when he seemed to barely comprehend the gravity of what was happening, moments when he mumbled about visions and divine messages. Higo, in contrast, remained stoic but visibly tense. At times, she clutched the edge of the table in front of her, as though trying to ground herself in the present. The Cremalt family's presence in the courtroom was a constant reminder of what this case was truly about. Not legal arguments, not psychiatric evaluations, but the life of an 11-year-old boy who had been robbed of his future. Valentine's parents gave heartbreaking testimony about their son, the boy who had loved to ride his bike, who had dreamed of traveling the world, who had been taken from them in a moment of senseless violence. Their pain was immeasurable, their loss irreplaceable. When the verdict was finally read, there was no sense of victory, only a grim acceptance of the inevitable. Stephen Moitworette was found guilty of murder, but was declared to have diminished responsibility due to his severe mental illness. He was sentenced to life in a high-security psychiatric hospital rather than a traditional prison. The ruling was a compromise of sorts, recognizing both the gravity of the crime and the undeniable reality of his condition. Noel Ehigo, meanwhile, was convicted of failing to prevent the crime and was sentenced to 18 years in prison. The decision sparked debate. Some felt she had gotten off too lightly, that she had played a larger role than the court acknowledged. Others believed she was as much a victim of Moitouret's madness as Valentine had been, trapped in a toxic, destructive partnership. In the years that followed, the case remained a haunting memory in France's collective consciousness. It sparked widespread discussions about mental health, criminal responsibility, and the dangers of untreated psychiatric disorders. Questions were raised about how Moitouret had been allowed to wander the country unchecked for so long, how his illness had gone unnoticed or ignored until it was too late. For Valentine's family, however, no legal outcome could undo what had happened. His parents withdrew from public life, unable to bear the constant media attention that had followed the case. They moved away from Lannion, unable to walk the same streets where their son had once played. Their lives had been permanently altered by an encounter that lasted only minutes, but left a wound that would never heal. Lannion itself changed after the murder. The town, once known for its quiet charm, became infamous for the crime that had taken place there. Strangers from other parts of France would mention it with hushed voices, associating it forever with the tragedy of that summer night. Parents became more protective. Children were no longer allowed to play outside as freely, and a deep-seated anxiety lingered long after the case had been closed. Moitouret remains confined in a psychiatric hospital, undergoing treatment that came far too late. His condition has reportedly not improved significantly. He continues to talk about his mission, his voices, his visions of a reality separate from the one everyone else lives in. Higo, meanwhile, served her time and was eventually released, disappearing from public view. Some believe she was a passive bystander who failed to act, while others see her as a manipulative presence who had fueled Moitouret's madness rather than stopping it. But for those who knew Valentine, none of these details truly matter. His story is not about Moitouret's illness or Higo's complicity. It is about an innocent boy whose life was stolen in an act of senseless, unprovoked violence. It is about a family that lost their child, a town that lost its innocence, and a nation that was forced to confront the darkest corners of the human mind. And in the end, it is about the tragedy of a life that should have been so much more, a life that ended far too soon, in a moment that can never be undone. Story 3. In the early hours of June 29, 2008, the quiet neighborhood of New Cross in southeast London was shattered by a crime of unimaginable brutality. Two French postgraduate students, Laurent Bonomo and Gabriel Ferez, both 23, were found murdered in a ground-floor flat on Sterling Gardens. The sheer savagery of the attack and the subsequent arson that sought to conceal it sent shockwaves through both the local community and their homeland, prompting an intense investigation by the Metropolitan Police. Laurent Bonomo and Gabriel Ferez were biochemistry students from the esteemed Polytech Clermont-Ferrand in France. They had arrived in London as part of a 3-month exchange program at Imperial College, eager to advance their research and immerse themselves in the cultural tapestry of the city. Described by peers and professors alike as brilliant and dedicated, both young men had promising futures ahead of them. On that fateful night, emergency services were summoned to the flat due to reports of a fire. Upon extinguishing the flames, firefighters made a gruesome discovery: the bound and mutilated bodies of Bonomo and Ferez. The post-mortem examinations revealed a level of violence that was both frenzied and methodical. Bonomo had suffered an astonishing 196 stab wounds, while Ferez had been stabbed 47 times. The majority of the injuries were concentrated on their heads, necks, and chests, indicating a prolonged and torturous ordeal. The fire, deliberately set using a petrol-like accelerant, was intended to destroy evidence, but instead drew immediate attention to the heinous crime. Investigators faced immense pressure to solve the case swiftly, given its international implications and the sheer horror of the act. Initial inquiries uncovered that, just a week prior to the murders, Bonomo's flat had been burgled, with a laptop reported stolen. This led detectives to consider whether the same perpetrator was involved or if the burglary and murders were coincidental. The absence of forced entry suggested that the victims might have known their assailant, or perhaps the door had been left unsecured, a common practice in shared accommodations. As the investigation progressed, A significant breakthrough came when witnesses reported seeing a man fleeing the scene shortly after the fire was set. An e-fit was released, depicting a white male, aged between 30 and 40 of slight build, wearing a light-colored baseball cap and a dark top emblazoned with the word Junfan. This image, disseminated widely through media channels, prompted numerous tips from the public, each meticulously followed up by the police. The brutality of the murders, combined with the youth and potential of the victims, resonated deeply in both the UK and France. Vigils were held in their honor, with communities coming together to mourn the loss and express solidarity. The French government, alarmed by the violent deaths of its citizens abroad, collaborated closely with British authorities, offering resources and support to ensure justice was served. Despite the e-fit and public appeals, the investigation faced challenges. The lack of clear motive, combined with the calculated attempt to erase evidence through arson, suggested a perpetrator who was both reckless and cunning. Detectives delved into the backgrounds of Bonomo and Ferez, searching for any clues that might hint at a reason for such targeted aggression. However, both were found to be exemplary students with no known enemies or involvement in activities that could provoke such violence. As days turned into weeks, the pressure mounted. The media scrutiny intensified, with headlines questioning the safety of international students in London and the efficacy of the police response. Behind the scenes, detectives worked tirelessly, re-examining evidence, conducting interviews, and liaising with international agencies. The haunting question remained: who could commit such a monstrous act and why? Unbeknownst to the public, the investigation was on the cusp of a breakthrough that would shed light on the dark recesses of human nature and bring a semblance of justice to the grieving families of Laurent Bonomo and Gabriel Ferez. The police knew that solving the murders of Laurent Bonomo and Gabriel Ferez would require piecing together a puzzle where the most crucial elements were hidden in the ashes of the crime scene. The severity of the attack, over 240 stab wounds between the two victims, suggested not just a simple burglary gone wrong, but a crime driven by something far more sinister. Was it rage? Was it premeditated? Or was it the random act of a deeply disturbed individual? Investigators had to find out, and they had to do it fast. As forensic teams combed through the scorched remains of the flat, they found evidence that suggested the fire had been started deliberately using an accelerant. The purpose was clear. The killer had tried to destroy evidence, perhaps in a panic after realizing the brutality of what had been done. However, this act of desperation worked against the perpetrator. The fire hadn't consumed everything. Hidden beneath layers of soot and debris, key pieces of evidence remained intact, offering potential clues that would bring investigators closer to the truth. One of the most significant discoveries was a discarded latex glove near the bodies, partially melted by the fire. Inside, forensic scientists found traces of DNA that did not belong to either of the victims. This was a breakthrough. If they could match the DNA to someone in the system, they would have their suspect. But there was no immediate match. The killer, whoever they were, had no previous criminal record, or at least not one that was in the UK database. Meanwhile, detectives reviewed CCTV footage from surrounding streets, hoping to catch a glimpse of anyone suspicious near the scene on the night of the crime. Hours of footage were analyzed frame by frame, but nothing immediately stood out. The person who set the fire had moved carefully, avoiding the main roads where cameras were positioned. The only real lead came from eyewitness reports. A man seen running from the scene wearing a dark top with the word Junfan on it. It wasn't much, but it was a start. As investigators worked tirelessly behind the scenes, the impact of the murders rippled through the community. Friends and fellow students of Laurent and Gabriel were devastated. Many spoke to the press about their memories of the two young men, how passionate they were about science, how they had come to London full of excitement for their futures. Their families, still in France, were in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend how their sons, who had only wanted to further their education, had met such a horrific fate. The pressure on law enforcement increased daily. The French government was closely monitoring the investigation, demanding swift action and justice for their citizens. The British media was relentless in its coverage, with headlines questioning the safety of foreign students in London and criticizing the Metropolitan Police for not making an arrest sooner. Public fear grew, with speculation that a violent predator was on the loose, possibly targeting students. As part of their efforts, detectives expanded their search beyond just forensic evidence. They began looking into the victims' final days, hoping to uncover anything that might provide insight into why they were targeted. Laurent Bonomo's laptop had been reported stolen just a week before the murders. Could there be a connection? Was it possible that someone had broken in once before and then returned, escalating from burglary to murder? Investigators re-interviewed neighbors, hoping to find new witnesses who might have seen something unusual in the days leading up to the attack. Some recalled seeing unfamiliar faces around the building, but nothing concrete stood out. Others mentioned hearing noises coming from the flat on the night of the crime, though no one had suspected anything out of the ordinary at the time. Then a breakthrough came. A credit card belonging to one of the victims had been used after their deaths. Detectives traced the transaction to a shop in South London, where security cameras had captured an image of the person using the card. The man in the footage was thin, with a hood pulled up over his head. While his face was partially obscured, investigators believed he could be the same person described by witnesses fleeing the crime scene. With this new lead, police intensified their efforts to identify the man. They released the CCTV footage to the public, asking anyone who recognized him to come forward. The response was immediate. Multiple calls flooded in, many of them pointing to the same name, Dano Sonex. Sonex, a 23-year-old with a long history of violent crime, was no stranger to the justice system. He had been arrested numerous times for burglary, assault, and weapons possession. Most disturbingly, he had been released from prison just weeks before the murders due to a clerical error that allowed him back onto the streets earlier than intended. Had that error cost two young men their lives? Detectives now had a name, a face, and a trail to follow. But they needed solid evidence to connect Sonex to the crime beyond suspicion alone. As they moved to track him down, they discovered he wasn't acting alone. There was another man, Nigel Farmer, an acquaintance of Sonex with a similarly troubled past. Together, they had formed a dangerous duo, one that was about to be brought to justice. But would it be too late? And what exactly had driven them to commit such an act of savagery? The answers would be revealed in the days that followed, as police closed in on the two men responsible for one of the most horrific crimes in recent British history. As the manhunt for Dano Sonex and Nigel Farmer intensified, the Metropolitan Police worked around the clock to locate and apprehend the suspects before they could flee or, worse, strike again. The brutal nature of the crime had left many wondering whether this was an isolated incident or if these men were capable of committing further violence. Through a combination of forensic evidence, witness statements, and CCTV footage, detectives pieced together the horrifying sequence of events that had led to the deaths of Laurent Bonomo and Gabriel Ferez. They believed that Sonex and Farmer had entered the flat either by force or through an unlocked door, with the intention of robbing the students. But something had gone terribly wrong. Investigators speculated that Bonomo and Ferez had woken up during the burglary, possibly confronting the intruders. Instead of fleeing, Sonex and Farmer had turned to extreme violence. They tied up the two young men, tortured them for hours, and repeatedly stabbed them. The sheer number of wounds, 196 on Bonomo alone, suggested an uncontrollable frenzy, an attack fueled by rage, sadism, or possibly even a twisted desire to eliminate any witnesses. After the brutal murders, the killers had attempted to cover their tracks. They used petrol to start a fire in an effort to destroy any forensic evidence, but their hasty decision only led to their eventual downfall. Not only did the fire draw immediate attention to the crime, but key evidence, DNA, fingerprints, and even a discarded latex glove, remained intact despite the flames. The police received a critical tip when someone who had seen the released CCTV images came forward, claiming that Sonex had been bragging about sorting out some foreigners shortly after the murders. This chilling comment suggested that the crime may have had an element of xenophobia, or, at the very least, that the killers had no remorse for their actions. With enough evidence to make arrests, officers raided a South London property where Sonex was believed to be hiding. When they stormed the building, he attempted to escape, but was quickly subdued. Farmer, meanwhile, had already turned himself in at a local police station, claiming that he had played no role in the killings, and that Sonex had forced him to participate. However, inconsistencies in his statement, as well as forensic evidence linking him to the scene, indicated that both men were deeply involved. During questioning, Sonex remained defiant. He refused to show any remorse, his answers laced with arrogance and indifference. He denied having planned to kill the students, but claimed that things just got out of hand. Farmer, on the other hand, tried to minimize his role, insisting that he had only helped restrain the victims while Sonex carried out the stabbings. But the overwhelming evidence, including their use of the victims' credit cards and their DNA found at the scene, left little room for doubt. The trial of Dano Sonex and Nigel Farmer began in 2009 and gripped the nation. Prosecutors detailed the unimaginable brutality of the murders, describing how Bonomo and Ferez had been subjected to hours of torment before their lives were viciously taken. The court heard how Sonex, a career criminal with a history of violent offenses, had been mistakenly released from prison due to a clerical error just weeks before the attack. Had he remained incarcerated, the two French students would still be alive. The defense attempted to shift blame, with Farmer portraying himself as a reluctant participant who had been manipulated by Sonex. But the jury saw through his claims. After a harrowing trial, both men were found guilty. Sonex was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 40 years, ensuring that he would likely never walk free again. Farmer received a similarly harsh sentence, his attempt to downplay his involvement failing to sway the court. For the families of Laurent Bonomo and Gabriel Ferez, the convictions brought a measure of justice, but no amount of legal punishment could ever compensate for the loss of their sons. The case became a symbol of the dangers of violent crime in London and sparked discussions about the failures of the justice system. Specifically, how Sonex had been allowed back onto the streets despite his known history of violence. In the years that followed, the murders of Laurent Bonomo and Gabriel Ferez remained one of the most shocking and senseless crimes in recent British history. The quiet South London flat, where they had once lived, became a grim reminder of the brutality they had suffered. Friends, family, and fellow students continued to honor their memories, remembering them not as victims of a horrific crime, but as two brilliant young men who had their futures stolen in an act of unimaginable cruelty. The case also left behind a troubling question. How many other dangerous individuals had slipped through the cracks of the system? And how many more innocent lives could have been saved if justice had come just a little bit sooner? Story 4. In the early hours of September 19, 2008, the tranquility of Issuin, a residential town in northern Singapore, was shattered by a gruesome discovery. Police were summoned to Block 349 on Issuin Avenue 11, where the lifeless body of a woman was found at the foot of the building. This grim find was only the beginning, as it led investigators to a nearby flat where a scene of unimaginable horror awaited them. Inside the modest apartment, officers uncovered the bodies of two women, both bearing multiple stab wounds. A third victim, a teenage girl, was found critically injured but miraculously alive. The sole occupant of the flat, 42-year-old Wang Zhijian, was promptly arrested at the scene. The victims were identified as Wang's girlfriend, 41-year-old Zhang Meng, her daughter, 17-year-old Feng Jinyu, and their flatmate, 36-year-old Yang Jie. Yang's 15-year-old daughter, who survived the brutal attack, was rushed to Tan Tock Sung Hospital for emergency treatment. The Issuin triple murders, as the case came to be known, sent shockwaves throughout Singapore and the broader international community. The sheer brutality of the killings, coupled with the fact that all involved were Chinese nationals, drew significant attention from both local and foreign media outlets. The Chinese embassy in Singapore expressed deep concern, urging local authorities to conduct a swift and thorough investigation to ensure justice was served. As details of the case emerged, a disturbing narrative began to unfold. Wang Zhijian, a native of Tianjin, China, had been in a tumultuous relationship with Zhang Meng. According to Wang's statements to the police, he alleged that during his stays in Singapore, he endured extreme abuse and humiliation at the hands of Zhang. He claimed that she subjected him to degrading treatment, including confining him to her bedroom and forcing him to perform menial tasks under harsh conditions. Wang recounted that Zhang demanded expensive meals, such as crab dishes costing over 100 Singapore dollars, which he struggled to afford. He described feeling increasingly demeaned and financially exploited, leading to escalating tensions between the couple. On the night of September 18th, an argument erupted between Wang and Zhang over yet another request for an extravagant meal. Wang claimed that Zhang's derogatory remarks and incessant demands pushed him to a breaking point. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, he retrieved a serrated knife from the kitchen and attacked Zhang as she slept, inflicting multiple fatal stab wounds. The commotion awakened Feng Jinyu, who tragically became the next victim as she attempted to intervene. The violence then extended to their flatmates, resulting in Yang Jie's death and severe injuries to her daughter. The aftermath of the murders left the Ishuan community in a state of shock and mourning. Neighbors recounted hearing frequent arguments from the flat in the weeks leading up to the incident, but were unprepared for the horrific outcome. The surviving teenager faced a long road to physical and emotional recovery, supported by family members who traveled from China upon hearing the tragic news. Wang Zhijin was charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. During his trial, he portrayed himself as a victim of prolonged abuse, suggesting that his actions were a result of accumulated rage and desperation. However, the prosecution painted a different picture, depicting Wang as a man capable of extreme violence, who chose to respond to personal grievances with lethal force. The Ishuan triple murders not only highlighted the potential for domestic disputes to escalate into deadly violence, but also underscored the challenges faced by foreign nationals living abroad. The case prompted discussions about the availability of support systems for individuals in abusive relationships and the importance of community intervention before conflicts reach a tragic conclusion. As the legal proceedings unfolded, the families of the victims sought solace and justice, grappling with the devastating loss of their loved ones. The case served as a somber reminder of the fragility of human relationships and the catastrophic consequences that can ensue when underlying issues remain unaddressed. As the investigation into the Ishuan murders deepened, the Singaporean authorities meticulously reconstructed the series of events leading up to the brutal killings. Detectives interviewed neighbors, gathered forensic evidence, and examined Wang Zhijin's past to determine the full scope of what had transpired in that small, ordinary flat that had become a gruesome crime scene. Wang's relationship with Zhang Meng was fraught with tension, but to outsiders, they seemed like an ordinary couple trying to make a life together in a foreign land. Zhang had moved to Singapore first, finding work and later inviting Wang to join her. According to Wang, Zhang had promised him a better life, yet their relationship quickly deteriorated. He alleged that she became increasingly controlling, belittling him in front of others and treating him as more of a servant than a partner. The relationship's dysfunction was not limited to emotional abuse. There were also financial pressures. Wang, who struggled to find stable employment, was frequently asked to fund Zhang's extravagant lifestyle. She insisted on expensive meals and costly gifts, spending beyond their means. Wang later claimed that he felt trapped, both financially and emotionally, with no way to escape the escalating cycle of humiliation. However, Zhang's friends and acquaintances painted a different picture. To them, Zhang was a confident, independent woman who had worked hard to establish herself in Singapore. They refuted Wang's claims of mistreatment, suggesting instead that he was jealous and possessive. They described him as a man who resented Zhang's financial independence and the close relationship she had with her daughter, Feng Jinyu. Some even recalled instances where Wang had shown signs of erratic behavior, hinting at underlying issues that might have contributed to the explosion of violence that fateful night. On the evening of September 18, 2008, tensions between Wang and Zhang reached their breaking point. The couple argued over money once again, with Zhang allegedly berating Wang for failing to provide for her properly. According to Wang's later confession, something inside him snapped. Feeling utterly powerless and humiliated, he decided that Zhang had to die. At around 3:30 a.m., Wang retrieved a serrated knife from the kitchen. Zhang was asleep in her bedroom, completely unaware of what was about to happen. He entered the room and, in a moment of blind rage, began stabbing her repeatedly. She barely had time to react before succumbing to the attack. The violent assault did not go unnoticed. The commotion woke Feng Jinyu, who rushed into the room only to see her mother covered in blood. Before she could scream for help, Wang turned the knife on her, stabbing her over a dozen times. The teenager collapsed, mortally wounded, as Wang stood over her, his hands and clothes now soaked in their blood. As Wang attempted to regain his composure, he realized that the attack had not gone entirely unnoticed. In the adjacent room, Yang Jie and her daughter had woken up. Yang, who had been renting a room in the flat, heard the struggle and instinctively tried to protect her daughter. But Wang, now fully consumed by his bloodlust, saw them as loose ends. Rushing into their room, Wang launched another brutal attack. Yang Jie fought desperately, but she was overpowered. Wang stabbed her multiple times, ensuring she would not survive. As he turned his attention to her 15-year-old daughter, the girl tried to flee, but Wang caught her before she could escape. He stabbed her repeatedly, believing he had eliminated all witnesses. At this point, Wang faced a critical decision. He could attempt to flee, or he could stage the scene to make it appear as if Zhang had been responsible for the killings before taking her own life. He quickly wiped down parts of the knife and the apartment, hoping to mislead the police. He then dragged Feng Jinyu's body toward the window, intending to throw her out and create the illusion that she had jumped in distress. However, in his haste, he miscalculated, and instead of Feng, he ended up pushing Zhang's already lifeless body over the railing. Her corpse landed with a sickening thud in the courtyard below, where a horrified resident discovered it moments later. Meanwhile, the surviving 15-year-old girl, though gravely injured, clung to life. In sheer agony, she managed to crawl toward the entrance of the flat, leaving a trail of blood behind her. When neighbors, alerted by the sound of the body hitting the ground outside, came to check on the commotion, they found her struggling to breathe. They immediately called the police. When officers arrived, they found Wang in a state of shock, sitting in the bloodied apartment. He did not attempt to resist arrest. Instead, he seemed dazed, as if unable to comprehend the carnage he had just unleashed. Forensic investigators meticulously examined the crime scene, gathering DNA samples, fingerprint evidence, and studying the blood patterns throughout the apartment. The brutality of the attack was overwhelming. Blood splattered the walls, the floors, and even the furniture. The sheer number of stab wounds on each victim indicated a level of rage rarely seen in domestic homicides. As Wang was taken into custody, the surviving girl was rushed into emergency surgery. Though her injuries were severe, she managed to provide police with crucial information before losing consciousness. Her testimony confirmed that Wang had been the sole attacker, crushing any possibility of his fabricated story about Zhang committing the killings before taking her own life. The Yishuan community was left in disbelief. The residents of the building had known Zhang and her daughter as friendly, kind-hearted people who never caused trouble. The idea that such a brutal crime had occurred in their midst was unthinkable. Parents became more cautious, and neighbors who had previously taken their safety for granted now locked their doors more carefully at night. News of the murders spread quickly, making headlines in both Singapore and China. The Chinese embassy stepped in to assist the victims' families, helping them make arrangements to claim the bodies and transport them back home. The case also sparked debates about the challenges of living as a foreigner in a country with different cultural expectations, particularly in relationships where financial dependence and power imbalances could lead to tension. As Wang Zhijian sat in his holding cell, the gravity of his actions began to set in. The days of financial arguments, perceived slights, and personal frustrations had culminated in a bloodbath that could never be undone. Now he faced the full weight of Singapore's justice system, a system known for its strict penalties for violent crimes. His trial was set to begin in the coming months, and with overwhelming evidence against him, there was little doubt about the outcome. The question was not whether he would be found guilty, but rather how severe his punishment would be. As the trial of Wang Zhijian commenced in 2010, the courtroom was filled with a palpable tension. The Yishuan murders had shaken Singapore and China alike, and the public awaited the verdict with anticipation. The prosecution laid out its case with precision, presenting irrefutable forensic evidence, witness testimonies, and Wang's own confession, which left little room for doubt. The surviving victim, Yang Jie's 15-year-old daughter, was the most critical witness. She had suffered severe injuries, multiple stab wounds, extensive blood loss, and deep psychological trauma, but had miraculously lived to recount the horror of that night. When she took the stand, the courtroom fell into a heavy silence. With a composed but fragile demeanor, she described how she had woken up to the sound of screams, how she had seen Wang covered in blood, and how she had fought desperately for her life. Her testimony was devastating and left no doubt about Wang's guilt. Prosecutors highlighted Wang's meticulous and prolonged attack, arguing that it was not an impulsive crime, but a deliberate, frenzied act of violence fueled by resentment. They described how he had stabbed Zhang Meng multiple times in her sleep, turned his knife on her daughter when she tried to intervene, and then proceeded to eliminate the other two women who might have been witnesses. They pointed out that his claim of being forced into violence by Zhang's alleged mistreatment was nothing more than an attempt to deflect responsibility. The court was also presented with forensic evidence that contradicted Wang's attempts to minimize his role. Blood splatter analysis revealed that the attacks had occurred over an extended period, suggesting that he had ample opportunity to stop, but had instead chosen to continue his rampage. The multiple stab wounds, far beyond what would be needed to kill, indicated an overwhelming level of rage, suggesting that Wang had lost all sense of restraint. The defense attempted to paint Wang as a man pushed to the edge by emotional abuse and financial stress. They argued that his prolonged suffering at the hands of Zhang Meng had created a psychological breakdown, leading him to act out in an uncontrollable fit of rage. However, the prosecution countered that nothing could justify the calculated brutality of the attack. Moreover, the evidence showed that Wang had not simply lashed out once. He had systematically gone from room to room, ensuring that no one survived. As the trial progressed, it became clear that Wang had no viable defense. His demeanor remained mostly emotionless, though at times he appeared to feign remorse. However, when the prosecution pressed him about his actions, his responses were inconsistent, and his attempts to justify the killings only served to further condemn him in the eyes of the jury. The judge, in his final ruling, was unequivocal. He condemned the murders as one of the most horrific crimes in recent Singaporean history. The sheer savagery, the helplessness of the victims, and Wang's methodical approach to the killings demonstrated an extreme level of cruelty. The judge dismissed Wang's claims of provocation, stating that his actions were not those of a man momentarily overcome by emotion, but of someone who had made a deliberate choice to kill. On October 21, 2010, Wang Zhijian was sentenced to death. The verdict was met with a mix of relief and sorrow, relief that justice had been served, but sorrow for the lives lost in such a senseless act of violence. In Singapore, where the death penalty is reserved for the most serious offenses, Wang's sentence was seen as a fitting punishment for the atrocities he had committed. The families of the victims expressed their grief and devastation. Zhang Meng's relatives in China mourned not only her death, but also the loss of her daughter, Feng Jinyu, a promising young woman who had her entire future ahead of her. Yang Jie's family, too, struggled with the pain of losing her while trying to support her surviving daughter, who had endured unimaginable trauma. The case had a lasting impact in both Singapore and China. In Singapore, it reaffirmed the city-state's reputation for swift and uncompromising justice. In China, it sparked conversations about the risks faced by Chinese nationals living abroad, especially in domestic relationships with power imbalances. Some saw Wang as a cautionary tale of how unresolved personal conflicts could lead to extreme consequences. Years later, the Yishuan murders remained one of the most shocking and brutal crimes in Singapore's history. The apartment where the killings had taken place was eventually rented out again, though neighbors never forgot the horrors that had occurred there. People who had once taken their safety for granted became more cautious, and the tragedy served as a grim reminder of how domestic disputes, if left unchecked, could escalate into unimaginable violence. For Wang Zhijian, there was no redemption. His name became synonymous with brutality, and his crime stood as a dark chapter in Singapore's criminal history. Even as time passed, the memories of that night in Yishuan, of the blood-stained walls, the desperate screams, and the senseless loss of life, remained etched in the minds of those who had followed the case. It was a tragedy that could never be undone, a horror that would never be forgotten. Story 5. In the early hours of December 7, 2008, the quiet suburb of Parafield Gardens in Adelaide, South Australia, became the epicenter of a harrowing criminal case that would shock the nation. Police were called to a modest brick home on Mofflin Road after neighbors reported hearing disturbing noises and cries for help. What they discovered inside was a scene of unimaginable horror that would later be dubbed the House of Horrors. Upon entering the residence, officers were immediately struck by the overpowering stench of decay and filth. The interior was in complete disarray, garbage piled high, rotting food scattered across surfaces, and walls stained with grime. But the most distressing discovery was yet to come. In one of the dimly lit back rooms, they found 4 children, ranging in age from 2 to 7 years old, huddled together on a soiled mattress. The children were emaciated, covered in dirt, and bore signs of severe neglect and abuse. The children's mother, 26-year-old Angela Smith, name changed for privacy, was found in a nearby room, incoherent and under the influence of substances. Her partner, 30-year-old Robert Jones, name changed for privacy, was discovered in the backyard attempting to flee the scene. Both were immediately taken into custody. As the investigation unfolded, the full extent of the children's suffering became apparent. Medical examinations revealed that all 4 had been subjected to prolonged malnutrition, physical abuse, and psychological torment. Bruises, burns, and lacerations covered their small bodies, some injuries appearing to be weeks old. The eldest child, a 7-year-old girl, had multiple untreated fractures, indicating a history of repeated assaults. Neighbors expressed shock and disbelief, stating that while they had occasionally heard disturbances, they had no idea of the severity of the situation inside the home. Many admitted to hearing the children crying, but assumed it was typical childhood behavior. One neighbor recounted, "I heard them crying at night sometimes, but I never imagined something like this was happening. I feel terrible for not checking in." Further investigation into Smith and Jones's backgrounds revealed a history of substance abuse, domestic violence, and prior interactions with Child Protective Services. Records indicated that the family had been reported multiple times over the past few years, but each case was closed after minimal intervention. This raised serious questions about the effectiveness of the child welfare system and whether more could have been done to prevent the prolonged abuse of these innocent children. The media quickly picked up on the story, and the Parafield Gardens House of Horrors became a national headline. Public outrage was palpable, with many calling for immediate reforms in child protection policies and more stringent monitoring of at-risk families. Vigils were held across Adelaide, with communities coming together to show support for the rescued children and to demand justice. In the months that followed, Smith and Jones faced multiple charges, including aggravated assault, neglect, and endangering the welfare of a child. Both pleaded not guilty, with their defense teams citing their struggles with addiction and mental health issues as contributing factors. However, the overwhelming evidence presented by the prosecution painted a grim picture of systematic abuse and willful neglect. The children were placed into the care of social services and underwent extensive medical treatment and counseling. Foster families were carefully selected to provide them with the stable and loving environments they had been cruelly denied. Updates on their progress were limited to protect their privacy, but reports indicated that they were slowly beginning to heal from their physical and emotional scars. This tragic case served as a catalyst for change in South Australia's child protection system. Reviews were conducted, policies were re-evaluated, and efforts were made to ensure that warning signs would not be overlooked in the future. While no amount of reform could erase the trauma endured by the children of Parafield Gardens, it was a collective hope that such measures would prevent similar tragedies from occurring. The House of Horrors case remains a somber reminder of the vulnerabilities faced by children in abusive households and the paramount importance of vigilance, community involvement, and robust protective services to safeguard the well-being of the youngest members of society. The legal proceedings against Angela Smith and Robert Jones were among the most highly publicized in South Australia's recent history. Public anger was immense, with heated debates on television, radio, and social media about how such prolonged abuse had gone unnoticed. Many questioned how the system had failed these children, why their cries for help had been unheard, and whether authorities had ignored warning signs. As the case proceeded, the prosecution meticulously laid out a disturbing pattern of abuse. Testimonies from social workers, medical professionals, and former acquaintances painted a grim picture of the children's suffering. The prosecution argued that Smith and Jones were fully aware of the harm they were inflicting but chose to continue, driven by a toxic mix of drug addiction, cruelty, and utter disregard for human life. The courtroom was packed when the first medical examiner took the stand. The jury listened in horror as details of the children's injuries were recounted. The eldest girl had suffered repeated beatings over the years, with evidence of old fractures that had never been treated. Some of the injuries were so severe that doctors speculated they must have been inflicted with weapons, not just fists. The youngest child, a 2-year-old boy, was found to be severely malnourished, his body weight dangerously low for his age. Scars on his tiny arms suggested he had been burned, possibly with cigarettes or boiling water. Perhaps the most heartbreaking testimony came from a social worker who had visited the family just months before the discovery of the abuse. She revealed that she had filed a report, expressing deep concerns about the children's welfare. "I knew something wasn't right," she said, her voice shaking. "But every time we checked, Angela and Robert had some excuse. They would claim the kids were sick or that they had fallen. The house was dirty, but we were never allowed inside long enough to see the full extent of it. They always found a way to push us out." There were audible gasps in the courtroom when it was revealed that the department had closed multiple reports on the family, citing insufficient evidence of abuse. Bureaucratic delays and overloaded caseworkers had allowed Smith and Jones to continue their reign of terror without consequence. One of the more shocking moments came when a forensic psychologist testified about the mental state of the eldest child, the 7-year-old girl. "She has been conditioned to believe that the abuse was normal," the psychologist explained. She didn't cry when we asked about her injuries because, to her, this was just life. She assumed all children were treated this way. When it was time for the defense to present its case, Smith and Jones's lawyers tried to shift the blame. They portrayed the couple as victims of their own troubled pasts, citing addiction and poverty as key factors. They argued that Smith had suffered abuse herself as a child and had never been given the proper resources to heal. Jones's attorney claimed that he had been suffering from severe depression, which led to substance abuse and violent outbursts. But the public had no sympathy. Their drug addiction did not excuse the suffering of the innocent children trapped in that house of horrors. Prosecutors countered that despite their struggles, Smith and Jones had repeatedly chosen drugs over the well-being of their children. They had spent money on substances while their children starved. They had locked them in rooms while they got high. They had used brutality instead of love. Midway through the trial, a particularly chilling piece of evidence was introduced. Audio recordings retrieved from a neighbor's phone. The neighbor, an older woman who lived next door, had begun recording after hearing disturbing sounds coming from the house at night. On one recording, a child's voice could be heard begging, "Please, Mommy, please stop," followed by the sound of something heavy striking flesh. Another recording captured a low, slurred voice, presumably Jones's, muttering, "Shut up before I make you shut up for good." The jury looked visibly shaken as these recordings played in the silent courtroom. Some members of the public wept. The sheer cruelty embedded in those moments was undeniable. As the trial reached its final stages, the children's fate remained uncertain. Experts debated whether they could ever recover from such prolonged trauma. The legal system could punish Smith and Jones, but what about the psychological scars left on those four innocent children? Would they ever truly feel safe again? The weight of the case extended far beyond the courtroom. It had exposed deep flaws in Australia's child protection services, flaws that had allowed these children to suffer unnoticed. The government launched an immediate review of welfare policies, promising changes to prevent another tragedy like this. Advocacy groups called for harsher penalties for child abusers, as well as increased funding for intervention programs. For the public, the case was no longer just about Smith and Jones. It was about ensuring that no child would be left in the shadows again. It was about demanding accountability from the systems meant to protect the most vulnerable. And as the trial neared its conclusion, everyone awaited the moment when justice would finally be served. As the final day of the trial approached, the atmosphere in the courtroom was tense. The prosecution had presented overwhelming evidence of prolonged abuse, and the defense had failed to convince the jury that Smith and Jones deserved leniency. The weight of public outrage was immense. There was no room for mercy for two people who had inflicted such suffering on innocent children. When the judge entered the courtroom, the room fell silent. The jury had reached a verdict. Everyone waited with bated breath as the foreman stood and delivered the words that would seal the fate of Angela Smith and Robert Jones. Guilty on all counts. There was no gasp of surprise. The evidence had been undeniable, the crimes too horrifying to ignore. The only question left was sentencing. Would the judge hand down the maximum punishment available under the law? Before sentencing, the judge took a long pause, surveying the courtroom. Then he spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. This case has shaken the conscience of this nation. The level of cruelty inflicted upon these children is beyond comprehension. You, Angela Smith and Robert Jones, have failed in your most basic duty as parents. Instead of providing love and protection, you subjected your own children to torture, starvation, and unrelenting fear. There is no justification, no excuse that can lessen the horror of what you have done. He continued, his voice heavy with condemnation. These children will carry the scars of your abuse for the rest of their lives. They will never forget the pain, the hunger, the nights spent wondering if they would live to see another day. And that is something that no sentence can ever truly rectify. The judge then handed down the punishment. Smith and Jones were both sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 25 years before eligibility for parole. For the severity of their crimes, this was the strongest possible sentence under Australian law at the time. The courtroom erupted in quiet murmurs, some relieved, others believing that even this was too lenient for the horrors they had inflicted. Neither Smith nor Jones showed much reaction. Smith stared down at the table, while Jones sat motionless, his face expressionless. Perhaps they had accepted their fate long before this moment, or perhaps they simply lacked the capacity for remorse. But the legal battle was only one part of the story. Outside the courtroom, another struggle was taking place. the fight to heal the children who had suffered so much. In the weeks following the verdict, updates on the children's progress were limited due to privacy concerns. What was known, however, was that they had been placed with experienced foster families, where they were receiving round-the-clock care. The eldest girl, whose resilience had astounded investigators, was slowly beginning to speak more openly about her experiences. She had begun therapy, though experts warned that the damage inflicted upon her psyche would take years, possibly a lifetime, to overcome. The youngest child, the 2-year-old boy, had started to gain weight under proper medical supervision. His body was weak, his development delayed, but doctors were optimistic that with time and care, he could recover physically. The emotional trauma, however, was another matter entirely. The case had also prompted sweeping reforms. The South Australian government launched a full review of child protective services, implementing stricter oversight and expanding resources for social workers. The failures that had allowed Smith and Jones to continue abusing their children without intervention were dissected, and new policies were put in place to ensure that reports of abuse were taken more seriously. Public advocacy groups also sprang into action, organizing awareness campaigns about child neglect and domestic violence. Donations poured in for organizations that supported abused children, and for a time, it seemed as though the entire nation was united in its determination to prevent another tragedy like the one at Parafield Gardens. But no amount of policy change or legal action could undo the past. The horrors those 4 children had endured would always be a part of their history, a shadow cast over their childhoods. Years later, the Parafield Gardens case remained a haunting chapter in Australian criminal history. It was a stark reminder of the cruelty that could exist behind closed doors and the consequences of a system that failed to act in time. For Smith and Jones, prison walls would now be their home, their own personal hell, far removed from the world they had terrorized. And for their children, though their road to recovery would be long, there was at least one certainty. They would never have to endure that house of horrors again. Story 6. In March 2008, a peculiar and disturbing case unfolded in the rural town of Boolarra, Victoria, Australia. Julian Buchwald, a 22-year-old local resident, reported that he and his 17-year-old girlfriend, Carolyn Watson, had been abducted by a group of masked men while on a picnic. The couple claimed they were taken to a remote location, where they endured a harrowing 6-day ordeal before managing to escape. According to their initial statements, the assailants were members of a satanic cult who had targeted the couple for reasons unknown. Buchwald and Watson recounted being blindfolded, restrained, and subjected to psychological torment. They described how they were left in the wilderness, forced to navigate through dense bushland without food or proper clothing, all the while fearing for their lives. The media swiftly picked up the story, and the community was gripped by fear and outrage. Authorities launched an extensive investigation, deploying significant resources to track down the alleged perpetrators. However, as detectives delved deeper into the case, inconsistencies began to emerge in the couple's accounts. Upon closer examination, forensic evidence from the scene did not align with the victim's narrative. There were no signs of a struggle at the supposed abduction site, and the physical evidence suggested that the injuries sustained were not consistent with the described events. Moreover, witnesses reported seeing Buchwald purchasing supplies that would later be found in the area where the couple claimed to have been held captive. Under increased scrutiny, Buchwald's story began to unravel. Faced with mounting evidence, he eventually confessed that the entire abduction had been a fabrication. Driven by a misguided desire to test Watson's loyalty and elicit sympathy, Buchwald had orchestrated the kidnapping, going to great lengths to stage the scene and manipulate his girlfriend into believing they were in genuine danger. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community. What was initially perceived as a terrifying crime perpetrated by a dangerous cult was, in reality, a meticulously planned deception by someone the victim trusted. The case raised serious questions about the allocation of police resources and the impact of false reports on public perception and safety. In August 2009, Julian Buchwald was found guilty of kidnapping and false imprisonment. He was sentenced to a term of imprisonment, reflecting the severity of his actions and the profound psychological impact on Carolyn Watson. The case served as a stark reminder of the potential consequences of deceit and the importance of thorough investigative work in uncovering the truth. For Watson, the ordeal was a traumatic betrayal that left lasting emotional scars. She had been subjected to an elaborate ruse by someone she loved and trusted, leading to a profound sense of violation and mistrust. The community, too, grappled with the aftermath, as the incident had sown unnecessary fear and diverted attention from genuine cases requiring police intervention. This case underscores the complexities inherent in criminal investigations and the necessity for law enforcement to approach each case with a critical and discerning eye. It also highlights the profound impact that false reports can have on individuals and communities alike, emphasizing the need for integrity and responsibility in reporting crimes. As detectives continued to piece together the details of Julian Buchwald and Carolyn Watson's supposed abduction, the cracks in their story became more pronounced. The media had initially painted them as victims of a terrifying and mysterious crime, but as investigators dug deeper, suspicion began to shift toward Buchwald himself. Authorities had deployed extensive resources to locate the so-called masked kidnappers. They combed through the dense Victorian bushland, searching for any evidence of cult activity, makeshift camps, or even discarded restraints that the couple claimed had been used to bind them. Yet, despite the scale of the search, nothing was found. No tracks leading to or from the alleged crime scene, no evidence of another party having been present, just the couple's own footprints leading into the wilderness. The police had their doubts early on, but they couldn't dismiss the case outright. They needed tangible proof before accusing Buchwald of staging the event. Detectives interviewed the couple multiple times, asking them to recount their ordeal in as much detail as possible. Watson, visibly shaken and still struggling to process what had happened, remained consistent in her account. She truly believed that they had been kidnapped and left to die in the wild. Buchwald, however, was another story. At first, he spoke with confidence, describing how they had been ambushed, blindfolded, and thrown into the back of a vehicle. But as detectives pressed him on specific details, where they had been held, how they had escaped, why the kidnappers had chosen them, his answers became vague and contradictory. He changed minor elements of his story with each retelling, and it soon became clear that something wasn't adding up. The forensic evidence further dismantled Buchwald's version of events. The rope supposedly used to bind them was examined by forensic specialists, who noted that the knots were suspiciously loose and appeared to have been tied in a manner that would allow for an easy escape. Soil samples from the area where they had been abandoned showed no signs of struggle or any indication that a group of men had been present. Even more damning, investigators discovered that the exact type of rope used had been purchased by Buchwald himself just days before the alleged kidnapping. As authorities scrutinized surveillance footage from local stores and gas stations, they uncovered additional incriminating evidence. A store clerk in the nearby town of Churchill reported selling camping supplies to a man matching Buchwald's description. The purchase included bottled water, energy bars, and a small knife, items that were later found near the site where the couple had spent their 6-day captivity. It was at this point that detectives decided to test their theory. Instead of directly confronting Buchwald, they subtly shifted their approach during questioning, asking more about his emotions rather than the logistical details of the kidnapping. He became increasingly defensive, claiming that people were trying to discredit him. When they finally revealed their evidence, the surveillance footage, the forensic inconsistencies, the store clerk's testimony, Buchwald's demeanor changed entirely. At first, he tried to double down on his claims. He suggested that the cult members had set him up, that they had somehow manipulated the evidence to make it look like he had staged the entire event. But when confronted with the fact that no such cult existed, that no similar abductions had ever been reported in the area, and that his own purchases directly linked him to the planning of the crime, his story fell apart completely. Realizing he had no way out, Buchwald broke down. He confessed that the entire ordeal had been a fabrication, one he had orchestrated with meticulous detail to test Watson's loyalty. He wanted to see if she would stay by his side through a traumatic experience, if she truly loved him enough to endure hardship with him. In his twisted reasoning, he believed that if she emerged from the ordeal still devoted to him, it would prove that she was the one he was meant to be with. The revelation sent shockwaves through the investigation team. It was one thing to lie about a crime, but to subject someone to psychological torture, to manipulate and endanger them for personal validation, was something far more insidious. Watson, upon learning the truth, was devastated. She had spent days fearing for her life, suffering from exhaustion, dehydration, and terror, all for the sake of her boyfriend's deranged experiment. With Buchwald's confession in hand, authorities arrested him on charges of kidnapping and false imprisonment. The case, once believed to be a sinister act of organized crime, was now exposed as an elaborate, self-serving deception. But the impact of his actions was far from over. Watson, now grappling with the emotional aftermath, faced an uphill battle toward recovery. As news of the truth broke, the community reacted with a mixture of disbelief and outrage. The police had wasted valuable time and resources. The public had been fed a terrifying false narrative, and Watson had endured a nightmare that would haunt her for years. But perhaps most disturbingly, the case served as a chilling reminder of how trust could be weaponized, how someone's deepest fears could be exploited for the sake of another's selfish desires. Buchwald's trial was set to begin in the coming months, but the damage had already been done. The question now was how justice would be served, and whether Watson could ever truly heal from the betrayal she had suffered. The courtroom was packed as Julian Buchwald stood before the judge, awaiting his sentence. The media had closely followed the case, and the nation was eager to see what justice would be served. The crime, which had initially seemed like a terrifying abduction by a mysterious cult, had turned out to be nothing more than a manipulative scheme orchestrated by a man who was willing to subject his girlfriend to psychological torture just to test her love. Carolyn Watson, still visibly shaken from the ordeal, sat in the front row, flanked by family and friends. She had spent months in therapy, trying to rebuild her sense of security, but the trauma had left deep scars. The betrayal had not only shattered her trust in Buchwald, but had also forced her to question her own instincts. How had she not seen the warning signs? How had she fallen into the trap of a man who would go to such extreme lengths to control her? During the trial, the prosecution had painted Buchwald as a deeply disturbed individual who had manipulated and endangered Watson for his own selfish gain. They argued that his actions were not just reckless but cruel, demonstrating a complete disregard for the physical and emotional well-being of his supposed loved one. They also highlighted the vast amount of police resources wasted on the case, resources that could have been used to investigate real crimes and help real victims. The defense, however, attempted to portray Buchwald as a misguided young man who had acted out of love, not malice. His lawyers claimed that he had not intended to cause harm, that he had truly believed his actions would bring him and Watson closer together. They asked for leniency, arguing that his lack of a prior criminal record should be taken into account. But the judge was unmoved. "Mr. Buchwald, your actions were not only deceptive but deeply cruel," he said, his voice heavy with condemnation. "You put another human being through an ordeal that no person should ever have to endure. You took advantage of Ms. Watson's trust, her love, and her innocence, and you used them as tools in a twisted psychological experiment. This court cannot and will not overlook the gravity of what you have done." With that, the judge handed down the sentence: 7 years in prison, with a minimum of 5 years before he would be eligible for parole. It was a punishment that reflected the severity of the crime, but to Watson, no amount of time behind bars could undo the damage that had been done. As Buchwald was led away in handcuffs, he cast a final glance toward Watson, as if expecting some sign of forgiveness. But she didn't look at him. She had already made her decision. He was no longer a part of her life, and he never would be again. In the months following the trial, Watson slowly began to rebuild her life. She enrolled in university, focusing on her studies and surrounding herself with supportive friends and family. But the trauma lingered. She struggled with trust, finding it difficult to believe in the sincerity of others. Even in the most ordinary situations, walking alone at night, meeting new people, she felt a lingering sense of unease, a fear that the world was not as safe as she had once believed. The case had left a mark on the public as well. It sparked conversations about the nature of emotional manipulation and coercive control, shedding light on how abuse wasn't always physical. It could also be psychological. Advocacy groups used Watson's story to push for stronger laws against emotional abuse, arguing that crimes like these, though rare, exposed the darker side of relationships that often went unnoticed. As the years passed, Watson slowly reclaimed her sense of self. She found solace in helping others, volunteering with organizations that supported survivors of domestic abuse and coercive relationships. Her experience, as painful as it was, became a source of strength, a reminder that she had survived, that she had escaped, and that she would never allow herself to be manipulated again. Buchwald, on the other hand, faded into obscurity. After serving his sentence, he was released under strict parole conditions, but he was never able to escape the stain of his crime. The world had seen him for what he truly was, a man willing to destroy another person's sense of safety for his own twisted desires. The case of Julian Buchwald and Carolyn Watson remained one of the most bizarre criminal incidents in Australian history. A story of love turned to manipulation, trust shattered by deceit, and a victim who, despite everything, refused to be defined by the horrors she had endured. Story 7. In the early hours of June 8, 2008, the tranquil town of Mambung in Sulu, Philippines, was thrust into the national spotlight due to a brazen kidnapping that sent shockwaves through the media industry and the nation. CES Dryland, a seasoned journalist with ABS-CBN, along with her crew members Jimmy Encarnacion and Angelo Valderrama, were abducted by the notorious Abu Sayyaf Group, ASG, a militant organization with a history of kidnappings and violent extremism. Dryland and her team had ventured to Sulu to secure an exclusive interview with a high-ranking ASG leader, aiming to shed light on the group's operations and motivations. Accompanied by Professor Octavio Dinampo of Mindanao State University Sulu, who had facilitated the meeting, the team embarked on what they believed would be a groundbreaking journalistic endeavor. However, the situation took a perilous turn when, en route to the interview location, their vehicle was intercepted by armed ASG militants. The assailants swiftly overpowered the group, confiscating their equipment and personal belongings before forcibly leading them into the dense jungles of Sulu. The abduction of a prominent journalist and her crew ignited a media frenzy and prompted immediate action from both local and national authorities. The ASG, known for their brutal tactics and ransom-driven kidnappings, demanded a substantial sum for the release of the captives. Initial reports suggested that the ransom demand ranged between 10 million Cuban pesos to 30 million Cuban pesos, approximately $410,000 to $630,000. The gravity of the situation was further amplified by the ASG's history of violence against hostages who remained in captivity for extended periods. As negotiations commenced, the abductors released Valderrama on June 12, 2008, after a ransom payment of 100,000 Cuban pesos, approximately $2,250. This release was perceived as a gesture of goodwill, intended to expedite the ransom payment for the remaining hostages. The militants issued an ultimatum, threatening to execute Dryland and Encarnacion if their demands were not met by June 17. The looming deadline intensified the urgency of the negotiations, placing immense pressure on the authorities and the hostages' families. Behind the scenes, a complex web of negotiators, including local officials and intermediaries familiar with the ASG's operations, worked tirelessly to secure the safe release of the captives. Senator Lorraine Lagarde, leveraging her established connections in the region, played a pivotal role in the negotiations. Her involvement was instrumental in facilitating communication between the captors and the authorities, aiming to reach a resolution without further bloodshed. The ordeal reached a resolution on June 17, 2008, when Dryland, Encarnacion, and Dinampo were released unharmed. The circumstances surrounding their release were shrouded in ambiguity, with conflicting reports about whether a ransom was paid. While some sources indicated that financial incentives were provided to the captors, official statements from both the government and ABS-CBN maintained a policy of non-payment of ransoms, suggesting that the release was achieved through strategic negotiations and assurances. In the aftermath of their release, Dryland publicly acknowledged the recklessness of their approach, admitting that they had been betrayed by an individual who had initially offered assistance. This revelation underscored the perils journalists face when navigating volatile regions and the critical importance of stringent security protocols. The incident also prompted a broader discourse on the ethical responsibilities of media professionals and the delicate balance between pursuing compelling stories and ensuring personal safety. The 2008 Mambung kidnappings served as a stark reminder of the volatile security landscape in certain regions of the Philippines and highlighted the persistent threat posed by groups like Abu Sayyaf. It also underscored the resilience and courage of journalists who, despite the inherent dangers, remain committed to uncovering truths in the most challenging environments. For 9 days, C.S. Dryland and her crew endured captivity deep within the jungles of Sulu, subjected to the unpredictable nature of their captors and the unforgiving conditions of the wilderness. The Abu Sayyaf Group, ASG, known for their ruthless tactics, made it clear from the beginning that they were not to be taken lightly. Armed with assault rifles and dressed in rugged combat gear, the militants operated in an environment where they held the upper hand. They knew the terrain well, using the thick foliage and winding trails to their advantage, ensuring that escape was nearly impossible. At first, Drylin and her team were blindfolded and transported to a secluded area. They were forced to walk for hours, stumbling over uneven ground, their hands tied behind their backs. The dense jungle was both their prison and their tormentor. The humidity was suffocating, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and rotting vegetation. Mosquitoes swarmed relentlessly, biting any exposed skin. The hostages were given little food and water, just enough to keep them alive but weak, dependent on their captors for survival. The psychological torment was just as severe as the physical hardship. The ASG militants played mind games, keeping their prisoners in a constant state of fear. Some of the younger fighters would whisper among themselves, occasionally laughing as they glanced at the captives, their intentions unclear. At night, the jungle echoed with the sounds of distant gunfire, making it clear that violence was never far away. Drylin, seasoned in covering conflict zones, had never been so close to the very violence she had reported on for years. She had seen war, had spoken to rebels and soldiers alike, but now she was at their mercy. The militants made their demands known early on. They contacted ABS-CBN, Drylin's employer, and demanded a ransom that ranged from 10 million Cuban pesos to 30 million Cuban pesos, around $410,000 to $630,000. The network, bound by its policy of never paying ransoms, refused to comply. This infuriated the captors. They increased the pressure, sending messages that warned of dire consequences if their demands were not met. They even allowed the hostages to speak to their families, a cruel tactic designed to heighten the emotional distress. Drylin's voice trembled as she spoke to her loved ones over the satellite phone. She reassured them that she was okay, though she was anything but. She begged them to remain strong, to trust in the negotiators working behind the scenes. But inside, she was battling a growing sense of hopelessness. Every moment in captivity chipped away at her resolve, making her question whether she would ever leave that jungle alive. The situation took a turn when the ASG decided to release one of the hostages, 23-year-old Angelo Valderrama. He had been the youngest and least experienced member of the crew, and the kidnappers viewed him as a bargaining chip. They demanded a small ransom of 100,000 Cuban pesos, approximately $2,250, for his release, a fraction of the initial demand. It was a tactical move, a way to pressure authorities into believing that the others would only be freed if more money was paid. On June 12th, Valderrama was freed. He was found disoriented but unharmed, left in a remote area where local officials picked him up. His release offered a glimmer of hope, but it also intensified the urgency for the remaining captives. The ASG now had proof that they were willing to negotiate, but also proof that they expected payment. As the deadline for ransom approached, the kidnappers grew more aggressive. They set a firm ultimatum. If the ransom wasn't paid by June 17th, Drylin and the remaining crew members would be executed. The message was clear: pay, or they would start killing their hostages. This sent shockwaves through the negotiating team, heightening the pressure on everyone involved. Senator Loren Legarda, who had connections with influential figures in Mindanao, stepped in to assist with the negotiations. Her role was largely behind the scenes, working through intermediaries who had ties to local leaders and groups familiar with the ASG's inner workings. These intermediaries worked tirelessly, leveraging relationships and past dealings to de-escalate the situation. The strategy was not just about securing the hostages' release, but also about doing so without encouraging further kidnappings in the future. Meanwhile, Drylin and her team had no idea what was happening outside their jungle prison. They only knew that time was running out. The militants' behavior became increasingly erratic. Some of them talked about what would happen if the deadline passed, whether they would kill all the captives or just one as a warning. Drylin, a journalist who had always chased the truth, now found herself staring at the reality of mortality. By June 16th, the situation was at its most volatile. The negotiators had to make a decision. Officially, the government and ABS-CBN maintained that no ransom would be paid. However, there were whispers that money had exchanged hands in some form, whether through unofficial channels or under the guise of a board and lodging fee often used in cases like these. That night, the hostages barely slept. The jungle was pitch dark, the sound of insects deafening. Drylin prayed silently, gripping the reality that the next 24 hours could determine whether she lived or died. June 17, 2008, was the day that would decide everything. The tension had reached its peak, and time was running out. C.S. Drylin, Jimmy Encarnacion, and Professor Octavio Dinampo had spent 9 grueling days in captivity, enduring the psychological torment of not knowing whether they would live or die. The Abu Sayyaf group, ASG, had made it clear, if their ransom demands were not met, they would execute the hostages. As the sun rose over the dense jungles of Sulu, the hostages could feel a shift in the atmosphere. The militants seemed more agitated than usual, speaking in hushed but urgent tones. The jungle, which had been their prison, now felt like a death trap, and every sound seemed amplified, the rustling leaves, the distant caws of birds, the soft clinking of rifles being adjusted by their captors. Dryland and her team tried to stay composed, but inside, their nerves were unraveling. They had heard horrifying stories of previous hostages who had been beheaded when ransom negotiations failed. They knew that once the ASG set a deadline, they were not bluffing. The only question was whether the negotiators had managed to broker a deal, or if they were about to meet their fate. Unbeknownst to them, behind the scenes, negotiations had reached a critical turning point. Senator Loren Lagarda, acting as an intermediary, had been working tirelessly to facilitate communication between the captors and the authorities. ABS-CBN, following its strict policy of not paying ransoms, remained firm in its public stance. However, reports later suggested that money, possibly disguised as a board and lodging fee, a common workaround in ransom situations, had been exchanged to secure their release. The final hours before their release were the most harrowing. The ASG fighters gathered around the hostages, their faces unreadable. Some of them looked impatient, others amused, as if contemplating what their next move should be. Then, without warning, one of the leaders stepped forward and issued a command. The hostages' hands were untied, and they were ordered to stand. For a moment, panic set in. Was this it? Were they being taken to be executed? But then they were pushed forward, forced to walk a path through the jungle. Their legs, weak from days of captivity, struggled to keep up. Then, suddenly, they were met by a small group of intermediaries, local officials and community leaders who had been sent to facilitate their release. The nightmare was over. Dryland, Encarnacion, and Dinampo were rushed to a safe location where they were given medical attention. They were exhausted, dehydrated, and emotionally drained, but they were alive. As soon as she had the chance, Dryland called her family, her voice shaking as she reassured them that she was safe. The news of their release spread like wildfire, and soon, the entire nation was watching as they made their way back to Manila. Upon their return, Dryland faced the cameras, not just as a journalist, but as a survivor. She admitted that she had been reckless in her pursuit of a story, acknowledging that she had put herself and her team in danger by trusting the wrong people. It was a rare moment of vulnerability from a journalist who had always been known for her fearlessness. The ordeal sparked widespread discussions about press freedom, journalist safety, and the dangers of reporting in conflict zones. Many criticized Dryland's decision to travel to Sulu without sufficient security measures, while others praised her courage in pursuing stories that needed to be told. ABS-CBN implemented stricter safety protocols for journalists covering high-risk areas, recognizing that no story was worth a life. The incident also reignited conversations about the Abu Sayyaf group and the ongoing problem of kidnapping in the Philippines. Despite the government's efforts to combat terrorism and insurgency, the ASG continued to operate in remote areas, using ransom money to fund their operations. The cycle of abduction and negotiation was far from over. In the years that followed, Dryland continued her work as a journalist, but she carried the weight of her experience with her. She became an advocate for journalists' safety, sharing her story as a cautionary tale for young reporters eager to chase dangerous assignments. The 2008 abduction of CES Dryland and her crew was not just a crime. It was a stark reminder of the risks journalists face in pursuit of the truth. It highlighted the fine line between bravery and recklessness, and the price that sometimes comes with pushing that boundary. It was a story of survival, resilience, and the unyielding human spirit in the face of terror. Story 8. The year 2008 was marked by numerous high-profile crimes across the United States, but one case in particular gripped the nation with its shocking details, unexpected twists, and legal battles that followed. It was a case that involved a former American icon, a crime that seemed almost surreal, and a courtroom drama that would end in a conviction long overdue in the eyes of the public. On the night of September 13, 2007, inside the lavish Palace Station Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, a group of men stormed into a small hotel room. Among them was a man who had once been one of the most famous football players in America, Orenthal James O.J. Simpson. He was a former NFL superstar, a Hollywood actor, and a man who had once walked free from one of the most controversial murder trials in history. This time, however, he wasn't running from a murder charge. He was there, in his own words, to take back what was his. According to the events pieced together through eyewitness accounts, surveillance footage, and court testimonies, Simpson had orchestrated an armed robbery to reclaim sports memorabilia that he believed had been stolen from him. The items in question included personal collectibles, signed footballs, and other valuable pieces of sports history that once belonged to the former athlete. Simpson had been tipped off that the memorabilia was being held by two dealers, Alfred Beardsley and Bruce Fromong, inside a hotel room at Palace Station. Enraged by what he saw as the theft of his personal belongings, Simpson decided to take matters into his own hands. He gathered a group of men, including longtime friends and acquaintances, and entered the hotel room under the pretense of having a civil discussion about the items. But things quickly escalated. Witnesses later testified that at least two of the men accompanying Simpson were armed with guns, and the confrontation soon turned into an outright robbery. The memorabilia dealers were threatened and ordered not to move while the men ransacked the room, taking everything in sight. One of the dealers later recounted how he was in complete shock as the once beloved football star barked orders, making it clear that he was in charge of the situation. The entire incident lasted just a few minutes, but its repercussions would stretch far beyond that night. After the group left with the stolen items, the police were called almost immediately. Within hours, law enforcement officials had launched an investigation, and it didn't take long for them to identify Simpson as the ringleader of the operation. By September 16th, just 3 days after the crime, O.J. Simpson was arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including armed robbery, kidnapping, conspiracy to commit a crime, and assault with a deadly weapon. The arrest of O.J. Simpson sent shockwaves through the country. More than a decade had passed since his infamous 1995 acquittal in the murders of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman. Many Americans still remembered the highly publicized trial, the televised car chase, the dramatic courtroom moments, and the eventual not guilty verdict that divided the nation. For those who had followed Simpson's saga over the years, it was surreal to see him in trouble with the law once again. This time, not for murder, but for an ill-planned, almost reckless crime in a Las Vegas hotel. The media frenzy surrounding his arrest was immediate. News stations ran endless footage of his mugshot. Panel discussions debated whether this case would finally hold him accountable, and old wounds from the 1995 trial were reopened. For some, it was poetic justice. Simpson, who had once walked away a free man from one of the most controversial trials in history, was now facing the very real possibility of spending decades in prison. As Simpson awaited trial, prosecutors were determined to make sure that this time, justice would be served. The charges against him were severe, and Nevada law did not take armed robbery lightly. He faced the possibility of life in prison if convicted. The case was not just about stolen memorabilia. It was about power, entitlement, and the downfall of a man who had once been on top of the world. Meanwhile, Simpson maintained that he had done nothing wrong. In his version of events, he had only been reclaiming items that rightfully belonged to him. He insisted that there was no robbery, no intent to commit a crime, just a misunderstanding that had spiraled out of control. But the evidence was against him. The prosecution had not only the testimony of the victims, but also recordings of the incident. One of the men involved had secretly recorded the encounter, and the audio captured Simpson's voice, unmistakable and authoritative, commanding the men to take everything and making it clear that no one was to leave the room. With the trial approaching, the stage was set for yet another courtroom battle involving O.J. Simpson, one that would not have the same shocking ending as the one in 1995. This time, the legal system had a different grip on him, and the world watched as the once celebrated athlete prepared to face the consequences of his actions. As the trial date approached, the weight of the charges against O.J. Simpson became increasingly clear. Unlike his previous courtroom battle, where a high-profile team of lawyers had secured his acquittal, this time, the circumstances were different. The evidence against him was damning. There were multiple witnesses, including the victims themselves, who were prepared to testify. There were audio recordings capturing his voice, commanding his accomplices to seize the memorabilia. There was surveillance footage of him entering and leaving the scene. This was not a case built on circumstantial evidence or racial tensions. It was a clear-cut case of armed robbery and kidnapping, and the prosecution intended to make sure that this time he wouldn't walk free. Simpson, however, remained defiant. He continued to argue that he was merely trying to reclaim what was his, that he had not authorized any weapons to be used, and that he had no idea his accomplices had brought guns into the hotel room. His defense team attempted to frame the incident as a misunderstanding rather than a crime, insisting that he had no intent to rob anyone. He had simply acted out of frustration upon learning that his personal belongings were in the hands of memorabilia dealers. But the law was not on his side. The Nevada justice system had little sympathy for his version of events. Kidnapping charges were particularly serious in the state, carrying the potential for a life sentence. Prosecutors were relentless in their approach, determined to prove that Simpson had orchestrated the entire robbery, that he had been fully aware of the presence of weapons, and that his intent had been criminal from the very beginning. The trial, which began in September 2008, played out in front of a nation still divided over Simpson's past. There were those who still believed he had gotten away with murder in 1995, and they saw this as long overdue justice. Others viewed it as a separate incident, judging the case solely on its merits, without the weight of his past controversies. Regardless of public opinion, the evidence presented in court was overwhelming. The prosecution presented witnesses who testified that Simpson had been the mastermind behind the operation. Alfred Beardsley, one of the memorabilia dealers, described how he had feared for his life during the encounter, believing that the presence of guns meant things could quickly spiral out of control. Bruce Fromong, the other dealer, provided a harrowing account of the moment he realized that the men inside the hotel room weren't just there for a discussion. They were there to take what they wanted, by force if necessary. The most damning piece of evidence, however, was the secret audio recording made by one of the men involved. In the recording, Simpson's voice was clear and commanding. He was heard shouting instructions, telling his men to take everything, and making it known that no one was to leave the room. His words, tone, and demeanor painted a picture of someone who was not simply reclaiming lost property, but orchestrating a calculated act of intimidation and coercion. When the defense had its turn, they attempted to downplay the severity of the situation. They argued that no actual harm had been done, that the supposed victims were not innocent bystanders, but individuals profiting off stolen memorabilia, and that Simpson had acted out of frustration rather than malice. They pointed to the fact that he had not personally carried a gun, trying to distance him from the more serious charges of armed robbery and kidnapping. But the prosecution countered with a simple argument. Simpson didn't need to hold the gun himself to be guilty. The law recognized that if someone orchestrated a crime where weapons were involved, they were just as responsible as those who carried them. Whether or not Simpson personally brandished a weapon was irrelevant. He had led the operation, he had commanded the actions, and he had ensured that it happened. As the trial progressed, it became increasingly apparent that Simpson's previous fame and influence would not save him this time. The jury, composed of individuals who had no direct ties to the infamous 1995 trial, was instructed to focus solely on the facts presented before them. There were no theatrics, no racial divides, no media spectacles like the previous trial, just a case of a man who had attempted to take what he wanted by force and was now being held accountable. As the closing arguments were made, the prosecution left the jury with a simple but powerful message. No one was above the law. Not even a former football star. Not even O.J. Simpson. The fate of the man who had once walked away from the most famous murder trial in American history now lay in the hands of 12 jurors. And this time, it seemed the outcome would be very different. The jury deliberated for 13 hours over 2 days, carefully weighing the evidence, the testimonies, and the arguments made by both sides. When they finally returned to the courtroom on October 3, 2008, the atmosphere was tense. The world had been watching this case unfold, and now, all eyes were on the jury as they prepared to deliver a verdict that would determine the fate of one of America's most infamous figures. As O.J. Simpson sat at the defense table, dressed in a dark suit, he appeared composed but noticeably anxious. The moment the foreman began reading the verdict, the weight of the situation became undeniable. One by one, the charges were read aloud, and with each one, the word guilty echoed through the courtroom. Simpson had been convicted on all 12 counts, including armed robbery, kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon, conspiracy, and coercion. For a man who had once walked free from one of the most notorious murder trials in history, this was the ultimate downfall. This time, There were no high-profile attorneys like Johnny Cochran to craft a compelling defense. There was no dream team working to cast doubt on the prosecution's case. This time, there was only the overwhelming weight of the evidence, and the jury had found it impossible to ignore. As the verdict was read, Simpson showed little emotion, but those who knew him well could see the reality sinking in. This was not a case where he could escape with probation or a light sentence. This was a case that would likely cost him his freedom for years to come. When the final charge was read and the jury confirmed his guilt, he slumped slightly in his seat, knowing that his life had just changed forever. The sentencing phase came 2 months later, in December 2008. Judge Jackie Glass, who presided over the case, made it clear that this was not about revenge for past crimes, but about accountability for the crimes at hand. She stated that Simpson had acted with arrogance, believing he could take matters into his own hands without facing consequences. In her final ruling, she sentenced him to a total of 33 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 9 years. For the first time in his life, O.J. Simpson was no longer a free man. He was immediately taken into custody and transported to Lovelock Correctional Center in Nevada, where he would begin serving his sentence. The irony of the situation was not lost on the public. 13 years to the day after he had been acquitted in the murder trial of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman, he was now found guilty of a different crime and sentenced to decades behind bars. The reaction to the verdict was divided, much like it had been in 1995, but for very different reasons. Some saw it as long overdue justice, a form of retribution for a man who had escaped punishment once before. Others viewed it as a tragic fall from grace, the story of a man who had once been an American hero, but had ultimately been undone by his own actions. Regardless of perspective, one thing was undeniable: O.J. Simpson, once one of the most celebrated athletes in American history, had become a cautionary tale about the dangers of entitlement, recklessness, and the belief that one is above the law. In the years that followed, Simpson largely faded from public consciousness. He spent his time behind bars, occasionally making headlines with interviews or appeals, but he was no longer the larger-than-life figure he had once been. When he was finally granted parole in 2017, having served 9 years of his sentence, he walked out of prison a free man once again. But this time, there was no fanfare, no media circus, no triumphant return. His release was quiet, subdued, almost an afterthought in a world that had long since moved on. O.J. Simpson's name would forever be linked to 2 trials, 2 drastically different outcomes, and a legacy that had been irreversibly tarnished. He had once been a football legend, a movie star, a household name, but in the end, he would always be remembered as a man whose choices led him from the heights of fame to the depths of disgrace. Story 9. In the early hours of May 29, 2008, the tranquil villages of Trstje and Lipnica Gornja, nestled in the Tuzla canton of Bosnia and Herzegovina, were shattered by a horrifying act of violence. A man named Tomislav Petrovic embarked on a deadly rampage, leaving 6 people dead and 1 injured. This tragic event not only devastated the local community, but also raised pressing questions about mental health awareness and the effectiveness of intervention measures in preventing such atrocities. The day before the massacre, tensions within the Petrovic household had escalated alarmingly. Tomislav's wife, whose identity has been withheld for privacy, confided in her sister about the escalating threats and abuse she was enduring. She recounted how Tomislav had been verbally abusive, calling her derogatory names, and had physically assaulted her. Fearing for her safety, she pleaded with her sister to contact the authorities. However, instead of reaching out to the police, her sister called an ambulance service, informing them of Tomislav's prior treatment in a mental health facility and expressing concern over his current behavior. The ambulance personnel advised her to notify the police, but this crucial step was never taken. Later that evening, Tomislav's menacing behavior intensified as he threatened his wife over the phone. Terrified, she fled their home and sought refuge at a relative's residence, hoping to find safety from her husband's escalating rage. At approximately 6 a.m. on May 29th, Tomislav armed himself with a CZ 7.62 pistol and approached a local bus stop in Trstje. Without warning, he began firing at the bus, first targeting it from the outside before boarding and continuing his assault. In this brutal attack, he fatally shot 3 passengers and wounded the driver, who sustained injuries to his chest and arm. The suddenness and ferocity of the assault left the victims with little chance to react or escape. After the bus shooting, Tomislav proceeded to a nearby house, forcibly entering the residence and killing one individual inside. As he exited, he encountered two more people at the doorstep and mercilessly shot them both. The violence then spilled over to the neighboring village of Lipnica Gornja. There, Tomislav attempted to set fire to his cousin's car and indiscriminately fired at parked vehicles, further terrorizing the community. His rampage lasted approximately 25 minutes, during which he exhausted his ammunition. The chaos and fear he instilled in such a short time left an indelible mark on the residents of both villages. Law enforcement officers, responding swiftly to emergency calls, apprehended Tomislav shortly after his ammunition was depleted. The arrest brought an end to the immediate threat, but the aftermath of his actions left the community grappling with profound grief and a desperate search for answers. Investigations into Tomislav's background revealed a history marked by instability and violence. He had served in the army of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina during the early 1990s and had been employed as an electrician in a local mine before the war. In recent years, he had been working intermittently in Croatia, returning occasionally to his native village. Neighbors and acquaintances described him as a man prone to erratic behavior, with well-known mental health issues. Despite his documented psychological problems and previous treatment in a mental health facility, Tomislav legally owned the pistol used in the massacre, a fact that sparked outrage and calls for stricter firearm regulations. The immediate catalyst for his violent outburst appeared to be rooted in domestic discord. Tomislav harbored unfounded suspicions about his wife's fidelity, leading to frequent and intense arguments. He also directed his paranoia towards his sister-in-law, accusing her of instigating conflicts within his marriage. On the eve of the shooting, he ominously referenced a desire to emulate a violent character from an action movie, a statement that, in hindsight, was a chilling precursor to the following day's events. In the wake of the tragedy, the community of Trstje and Lipnica Gornja was left to mourn the loss of 6 innocent lives. The randomness of the attacks, coupled with the familiarity of the perpetrator, compounded the residents' sense of vulnerability and sorrow. Funeral services were held for the victims, drawing hundreds of mourners from surrounding areas, all seeking to offer support and find solace in collective grieving. The incident also prompted a nationwide introspection on several critical issues. Foremost among them was the adequacy of mental health support systems. Tomislav's prior treatment and well-known psychological issues raised questions about the effectiveness of existing mental health interventions and the mechanisms in place to monitor individuals with violent tendencies. Additionally, the fact that he legally possessed a firearm despite his mental health history ignited debates about gun control laws and the processes for vetting gun owners. Many advocated for more stringent background checks and continuous assessments to prevent individuals with known mental health issues from accessing weapons. In the legal proceedings that followed, Tomislav was initially sentenced to 40 years in prison. However, this verdict was later overturned upon the revelation that he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. Consequently, he was committed to a mental health institution for treatment. This outcome spurred discussions about the intersection of mental health and criminal justice, particularly concerning the treatment and accountability of individuals whose crimes are rooted in psychological disorders. The Trstje shooting remains a somber chapter in Bosnia and Herzegovina's history, serving as a stark reminder of the catastrophic consequences that can arise from unaddressed mental health issues and lapses in systemic safeguards. It underscores the imperative need for comprehensive mental health care, vigilant community support, and robust legal frameworks to prevent such tragedies in the future. The aftermath of the Trstje massacre sent shockwaves through Bosnia and Herzegovina, leaving an entire community reeling from the trauma. As news of the killings spread, journalists, law enforcement, and government officials descended upon the small villages of Trstje and Lipnica Gornja, seeking answers to the unimaginable horror that had just unfolded. The streets, once quiet and lined with the modest homes of hard-working families, were now the site of a gruesome crime scene investigation. Pools of blood still stained the pavement near the bus stop, bullet holes riddled the shattered glass of the public transport vehicle, and the burned remains of vehicles smoldered in the aftermath of Tomislav Petrović's rampage. Survivors who had narrowly escaped death struggled to comprehend what had just happened. The bus driver, though gravely injured, managed to provide a harrowing account of the attack. He described how, in the early morning light, he had stopped to pick up passengers, expecting an ordinary day of work, when suddenly Tomislav appeared, gun in hand, with a look of pure rage. Without hesitation, he had begun shooting through the windows before boarding the bus and continuing his deadly assault. Passengers screamed, ducked, and tried to flee, but the confined space of the bus left them with little room to escape. The driver had been shot in the arm and chest, but through sheer willpower, he managed to crawl to safety. Meanwhile, inside their homes, families were awoken by the sounds of gunfire, unsure of what was happening outside. Some cautiously peered through their windows, only to witness their neighbors being gunned down in cold blood. A woman in Lipnica Gornja recalled how she had hidden with her children in a small storage room, praying that Tomislav would not come for them next. She had heard the gunshots, the screams, and the chilling silence that followed, each second stretching into eternity. Authorities arrived within minutes of the first emergency calls, but by the time they reached the scene, Tomislav had already carried out his killing spree. He was arrested without resistance, his gun empty, his face expressionless. The officers who detained him later remarked on how eerily calm he seemed. There was no sign of remorse, no anger, just a quiet acceptance as he was led away in handcuffs. This was a man who had made up his mind to kill, carried out his plan, and now had nothing left to fight for. In the days following the attack, the full scope of Tomislav's troubled past came to light. Investigators pieced together a history of mental instability, violent tendencies, and deep-seated paranoia that had plagued him for years. Friends and acquaintances described him as a man who had grown increasingly isolated, harboring suspicions that his wife was unfaithful and that his in-laws were plotting against him. His former colleagues at the mine where he had once worked recalled how his demeanor had changed after the war. He had become withdrawn, short-tempered, and prone to outbursts. Some had even speculated that he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, though he had never sought treatment. More disturbingly, it was revealed that Tomislav had a history of hospitalization for psychiatric issues. He had been admitted to a mental health facility multiple times in the years leading up to the massacre, yet he had still been able to legally own a firearm. This revelation sparked outrage among the public, leading to heated debates about Bosnia and Herzegovina's gun control laws. How could a man with a documented history of mental illness have been allowed to possess a weapon? Who had failed to intervene? Why had the warning signs been ignored? The government, under mounting pressure, promised a full investigation into the matter. Officials vowed to re-evaluate gun licensing procedures, particularly for individuals with documented psychological disorders. Mental health professionals called for systemic reforms, arguing that greater resources needed to be allocated to psychiatric care, early intervention, and crisis prevention. For too long, they argued, mental illness had been stigmatized and ignored, and now the consequences of that neglect had resulted in one of the deadliest shootings in the country's recent history. As the funerals for the victims took place, the collective grief of the community was palpable. Hundreds of mourners gathered, their faces etched with sorrow, struggling to come to terms with the loss of 6 innocent lives. Families were left shattered, parents burying their children, spouses left alone, and an entire village grappling with the knowledge that such unspeakable violence had erupted in their midst. Priests and community leaders offered words of comfort, urging people to find strength in unity, but the wounds left by that fateful morning would not heal easily. Amid the mourning, the legal proceedings against Tomislav began. Prosecutors quickly built a case against him, charging him with multiple counts of murder, attempted murder, and illegal possession of a firearm. The trial was set to be one of the most closely watched in Bosnia and Herzegovina's history, as people demanded justice for the victims. However, the case took an unexpected turn when court-appointed psychiatrists conducted a full psychological evaluation of Tomislav. Their findings were shocking but not entirely surprising. He was diagnosed with severe paranoid schizophrenia, a condition that had likely gone untreated for years. The report concluded that at the time of the killings, Tomislav had been suffering from delusions, believing that he was under threat from those around him. The legal question now shifted from whether he was guilty to whether he was mentally fit to stand trial. The revelation divided the public. Some saw Tomislav as a cold-blooded murderer who deserved to spend the rest of his life behind bars, regardless of his mental state. Others viewed him as a man failed by the system, someone who should have been institutionalized long before he ever had the chance to pick up a gun. The trial was set to be a test case for how the Bosnian legal system handled crimes committed by individuals with severe mental illness. As the trial date approached, the nation braced for what would be a defining moment in its judicial history. Would Tomislav be found guilty and sentenced to life in prison? Or would the courts recognize his mental illness and commit him to psychiatric care instead? The questions loomed large, and the answers would determine not only Tomislav's fate, but also the future of mental health awareness and gun control policies in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The trial of Tomislav Petrovich captivated the entire nation. Courtrooms overflowed with journalists, grieving family members, and concerned citizens seeking justice for the victims. As he was led into the courtroom, shackled and emotionless, the families of those he had killed could barely contain their grief and anger. Some whispered prayers, while others clenched their fists, struggling to suppress their rage. How could a man who had caused so much pain sit there so calmly, as if he felt nothing at all? The prosecution wasted no time in laying out their case, presenting a meticulous timeline of the massacre. Survivors testified, their voices shaking as they recounted the horror of that morning. How they had seen friends and family gunned down in front of them, how they had hidden in terror, fearing they would be next. The bus driver, still recovering from his wounds, described how Tomislav had fired indiscriminately, showing no hesitation as he slaughtered innocent passengers. The medical examiner detailed the victims' injuries, painting a gruesome picture of the brutality with which the murders had been committed. But as damning as the evidence was, the defense argued that Tomislav was not fully responsible for his actions. Psychiatric experts took the stand, explaining that he had been suffering from severe paranoid schizophrenia. They revealed that his delusions had been intensifying for years. He had believed his wife was conspiring against him, that his in-laws were trying to ruin his life, and that even strangers were part of a plot to harm him. In his mind, the massacre had not been an act of cold-blooded murder, but an attempt to defend himself from an imaginary threat. The revelation sent shockwaves through the courtroom. Could a man so detached from reality truly be held accountable for his crimes? Some legal analysts believed that Tomislav's condition meant he could not have formed the intent necessary for premeditated murder. Others insisted that, mentally ill or not, he had still taken 6 lives and had to face the consequences. The argument became one of justice versus mercy, of punishment versus treatment. After weeks of testimony, the judge reached a decision that would divide the nation. Tomislav was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Instead of a prison sentence, he was committed to a high-security psychiatric hospital for an indefinite period. The ruling meant that he would not walk free, but would remain institutionalized as long as he was deemed a danger to society. For the victims' families, the verdict was a devastating blow. They had come seeking justice, hoping to see Tomislav rot behind bars for the rest of his life. Instead, they saw him taken away in a hospital van, not a prison transport. To them, it felt like he had escaped true punishment, that their loved ones had died in vain. Some wept openly, while others stormed out of the courtroom in disgust. He murdered them, one grieving father told reporters outside the courthouse. I don't care if he's sick. He should have been locked away forever. The case also reignited fierce debates across Bosnia and Herzegovina. Many questioned how someone with such a well-documented history of mental illness had been allowed to own a gun. Why had there been no intervention when his wife and her family had expressed concerns? How had the warning signs been missed? The government responded with promises of reform. Mental health professionals called for stronger support systems, and lawmakers proposed stricter gun control measures. But for those who had lost loved ones, no new policies or apologies could bring back what they had lost. As time passed, the village of Trstje struggled to heal. The scars of the massacre remained, both physical and emotional. The bus stop where the killings had begun became a painful reminder of that fateful morning. Some families moved away, unable to bear the memories. Those who stayed tried to rebuild, but the sense of safety they once had was gone forever. Tomislav Petrovich remained in the psychiatric hospital, his condition monitored closely by doctors. Some reports suggested he had shown little remorse or understanding of what he had done. Others claimed that medication had subdued his violent delusions, making him a ghost of the man who had once terrorized an entire community. Whether he would ever be deemed fit for release remained an open question, one that haunted the families of his victims every single day. In the end, the Trstje massacre became more than just a case of mass murder. It became a symbol of the dangers of untreated mental illness, of the cracks in the system that allowed a dangerous man to slip through unnoticed, and of the never-ending struggle between justice and compassion. The names of the victims were engraved on a memorial in the village square, a permanent reminder of the lives lost. But for those who had loved them, no amount of remembrance could ever fill the void left behind. Story 10. On a cold January morning in 2009, Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, woke up to the beginning of what would soon become one of the most shocking judicial corruption scandals in American history. At first, it seemed like just another bureaucratic investigation, something that wouldn't make national headlines. But as details started to emerge, the case quickly took a sinister turn. Two highly respected judges, Michael Conahan and Mark Ciavarella, men who had once stood as pillars of the local justice system, were accused of orchestrating a scheme so ruthless and exploitative that it would forever change the lives of thousands of children and their families. The allegations seemed almost too outrageous to be real. Conahan and Ciavarella had allegedly been accepting millions of dollars in bribes from private detention center owners in exchange for sentencing juveniles to time in these facilities, often for minor offenses that, under normal circumstances, would have warranted little more than a warning or community service. The more kids that were sent to these centers, the more money the judges received. This scandal, which would later be dubbed the Kids for Cash case, sent shockwaves through the legal community and shattered the trust that many had in the justice system. It all started with a seemingly minor complaint filed by a group of parents who believed their children had been unfairly sentenced to juvenile detention. At first, their concerns were dismissed. The courts, after all, operated under a rigid system where judges were trusted to make the right decisions. But when one mother, whose 14-year-old son had been incarcerated for creating a fake MySpace page mocking his assistant principal, began digging deeper, inconsistencies began to surface. Her son had no prior record, yet he was sentenced to months in detention. Other parents soon came forward with eerily similar stories. Teenagers being locked away for trivial infractions like skipping school, getting into minor fights, or trespassing in abandoned buildings. Local journalists picked up on the pattern and started investigating. What they uncovered was beyond alarming. Judge Mark Ciavarella, who presided over juvenile cases, had an unusually high conviction rate, almost double the national average. His sentences were harsh, often stripping children from their families with little due process. Many of these kids were not even given the right to legal representation. Instead, they were rushed through hearings that lasted mere minutes before being handed over to detention centers. Some were so confused that they didn't even understand what they had done wrong. Then came the financial records. Investigators discovered that in 2002, Judge Conahan had used his influence to shut down the county-run juvenile detention center, clearing the way for a privately owned facility called PA Child Care. Shortly afterward, both judges began receiving massive payments, totaling over $2.6 million, funneled through various shell companies. It became evident that the two judges had been operating a for-profit pipeline, treating children as commodities in an elaborate scheme to fill private detention beds for cash. When the FBI stepped in, the case blew wide open. Federal agents raided the homes and offices of both judges, uncovering financial documents that outlined the bribery operation in meticulous detail. Emails, wire transfers, and even handwritten notes made it clear that this was no misunderstanding. This was deliberate, calculated corruption at the expense of the county's most vulnerable children. News of the scandal spread rapidly. Parents of affected children gathered in protest, demanding justice. Some kids had already served their sentences, their lives irreparably altered. Many had missed years of school, lost scholarships, or suffered deep emotional trauma from being placed in detention centers alongside hardened offenders. Others had turned to drugs or suffered severe depression after being labeled criminals for what should have been minor mistakes. The courtroom was packed on the day the charges were announced. Federal prosecutors charged Conahan and Ciavarella with racketeering, bribery, fraud, and tax evasion. The gravity of their crimes was undeniable. These were not just acts of corruption but deliberate efforts to destroy young lives for financial gain. As the indictment was read, the tension in the room was palpable. Parents clenched their fists in anger, former juvenile detainees sat in stunned silence, and the judges themselves, once men of power, stood with their heads low, facing the consequences of their betrayal. For the victims, however, the fight for justice was far from over. Even with the judges removed from the bench, the damage they had inflicted could not be undone so easily. Families continued to struggle with the emotional and financial burdens caused by wrongful convictions. The legal system itself faced a reckoning, forced to confront the systemic failures that had allowed such an atrocity to happen under its watch. As the case proceeded, it became clear that the Kids for Cash scandal was not just a local issue. It was a symptom of a much larger problem, a justice system that, in some places, had become more about profit than fairness. What had started as whispers of judicial misconduct in a small Pennsylvania town had now grown into a national crisis, one that would force America to take a hard look at the ethics of its juvenile justice system and the private prison industry that had profited so handsomely from its failures. The courtroom was packed with reporters, legal analysts, and families of the victims as the trial of judges Mark Ciavarella and Michael Conahan unfolded. The nation watched in shock as more and more details of their corruption came to light. Prosecutors presented mountains of evidence, bank statements, email correspondences, and testimonies from former juvenile defendants who had been unfairly sentenced. Every new piece of information painted an even darker picture of the scheme. Children as young as 10 had been sent to detention centers for offenses that should never have resulted in incarceration. One boy had been locked up for accidentally setting fire to a small piece of paper in his school bathroom. Another girl was sentenced for throwing food in her school cafeteria. In many cases, the hearings lasted less than 2 minutes. Barely enough time for these kids to process what was happening before they were handcuffed and taken away. Some parents testified that they were not even allowed to speak during their children's hearings. Their pleas for leniency were ignored, their children funneled into the system like cattle being led to slaughter. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when a former detainee named Charlie Fisher took the stand. At 15 years old, Charlie had been arrested for shoplifting a $2 bottle of soda from a convenience store. He had no prior record, and his parents had expected a warning or a small fine. Instead, he was sentenced to 3 months in a juvenile detention center. During his time there, he was assaulted by older inmates, suffered from severe depression, and attempted suicide. His mother broke down in tears as she recalled the day he was taken away in handcuffs, unable to understand why the judge had been so cruel. The defense attempted to argue that Judges Ciavarella and Conahan had simply been enforcing strict discipline, claiming that they believed their harsh sentences would deter future criminal behavior. But the prosecution dismantled this argument with cold, hard facts. If these judges had truly been concerned with rehabilitation, why had they taken millions in bribes? Why had they forced juveniles into private detention centers with financial ties to their own bank accounts? The evidence left little room for doubt. This was not a case of tough love, but of greed-fueled exploitation. Even more damning were the testimonies of former court employees who had grown suspicious over the years, but had been too afraid to speak out. One probation officer recalled how Ciavarella would often dismiss public defenders' arguments without consideration, rushing through hearings at an alarming pace. Another clerk admitted that she had overheard the judges discussing financial kickbacks, though she had never thought to report it at the time. "I didn't want to believe it," she said, "but deep down, I knew something wasn't right." As the trial progressed, the weight of the judges' crimes became unbearable for many in the community. Parents who had spent years believing the justice system was there to protect their children were left devastated, knowing that the very people meant to uphold the law had betrayed them. The anger was palpable. Protests erupted outside the courthouse, demanding the harshest possible punishment for Conahan and Ciavarella. Some called for life sentences, arguing that their crimes had stolen futures, shattered families, and pushed young people toward cycles of crime and despair. Legal experts debated the long-term effects of the scandal. How many kids had been forced into detention centers across the country under similar circumstances? How deeply rooted was the problem of judicial corruption in other parts of the justice system? Activists called for sweeping reforms, questioning the ethics of for-profit juvenile detention centers. The idea that children could be turned into a source of revenue for corrupt officials was horrifying. But this case proved that it had not only been possible, it had been happening for years. Meanwhile, in Luzerne County, the damage was already done. Former juvenile detainees struggled to rebuild their lives, many of them still grappling with the psychological scars of their wrongful incarcerations. Some had dropped out of school, unable to catch up after losing months or years behind bars. Others turned to drugs or crime, convinced that the system had already branded them as criminals. And some, like Charlie Fisher, had attempted to end their own lives, overwhelmed by the sense of hopelessness the judges had forced upon them. The verdict was drawing closer, and the courtroom grew more tense with each passing day. The prosecution made their final arguments, emphasizing that no sentence could truly make up for the pain Ciavarella and Conahan had caused. The defense, recognizing that the evidence against them was overwhelming, shifted its focus toward damage control. hoping to lessen the severity of their punishment. But for the victims, no punishment would ever be enough. The system had failed them, and no number of years behind bars for the corrupt judges could undo the suffering they had endured. As the trial neared its conclusion, the only question left was whether justice would finally be served, or if the cycle of corruption would once again find a way to protect the powerful. The final day of the trial arrived, and the courtroom was packed beyond capacity. Families of the victims sat shoulder to shoulder, some clutching faded photographs of their children, reminders of the innocence that had been stolen from them. Former detainees, now young adults, filled the rows, their faces hardened by years of injustice. Reporters huddled near the back, eager to capture every word as the nation waited for the verdict. The weight of the case had grown unbearable, and everyone in that room knew that whatever happened next would either restore some faith in the justice system or shatter it completely. Judge Conahan had already accepted a plea deal, quietly admitting to his role in the conspiracy in exchange for a reduced sentence. He had hoped to avoid public scrutiny, but his name was forever tainted, his reputation destroyed. Ciavarella, however, had chosen to fight, stubbornly maintaining that he had done nothing wrong. He had dismissed the bribery payments as finder's fees, claiming they had no influence over his judicial rulings. But the jury saw through his lies, and after days of deliberation, the foreman finally stood to deliver their decision. Guilty, on nearly every count. The words rang through the courtroom like a gunshot. Racketeering, fraud, money laundering, tax evasion. The list went on, each charge a reminder of the devastation Ciavarella had caused. The moment the verdict was read, an audible gasp swept through the room, followed by muffled sobs from the parents who had waited years for this moment. Some held each other, shaking with relief, while others sat motionless, still grappling with the magnitude of what had been done to their children. Ciavarella's face remained blank as the realization set in. He had spent years playing God in that very courtroom, sending thousands of kids away with the stroke of a pen. Now he was the one being judged. The irony was not lost on anyone. The same system he had manipulated for his own financial gain was now sealing his fate. The judge overseeing the trial wasted no time in condemning his actions. "This case is a disgrace," the judge said, his voice cold and unwavering. "You have betrayed the very foundation of our legal system. You have stolen years from children who will never get them back. And for what? For greed." When the sentence was finally handed down, 28 years in federal prison, there was no applause, no cheers of victory, just a heavy silence, because for all the justice that had been served that day, it still would never be enough. No prison sentence could undo the trauma, the missed graduations, the stolen childhoods. The scars left behind by Conahan and Ciavarella's greed would never fully heal. Outside the courthouse, reporters scrambled for statements, microphones shoved into the faces of former detainees and grieving parents. Some found a sense of closure in the verdict, while others simply shook their heads, knowing that no amount of prison time could truly make things right. Activists used the moment to call for widespread reform, demanding an end to the privatization of juvenile detention centers and stricter oversight of the judiciary. This was more than just two corrupt judges. This was a symptom of a broken system that had allowed such corruption to flourish for years. In the weeks that followed, the scandal continued to send shockwaves through the legal world. Thousands of juvenile convictions were overturned. Lawsuits were filed. Investigations into similar corruption cases in other states began. The Kids for Cash scandal became a cautionary tale, a dark reminder of what happens when justice is traded for profit. For the victims, however, the battle was far from over. Many of them had already lost too much. Some were trying to rebuild their lives, enrolling in GED programs after missing out on their education. Others struggled with addiction, their time in detention leading them down darker paths. A few had taken their own lives before they ever got to see justice served. And then there were the families, left to pick up the pieces. Some fought to erase the criminal records of their children, hoping to give them a fresh start. Others joined advocacy groups, determined to ensure that no child would ever suffer the same fate again. As for Ciavarella and Conahan, their legacies would be forever tarnished. Once powerful men in black robes, they were now nothing more than disgraced criminals, locked away in the very system they had corrupted. Their names would go down in history, not as respected judges, but as the men who sold children for cash. The world moved on, but the scars remained. For the thousands of children whose lives had been forever altered, there was no true justice. only the hope that their suffering would not be in vain. Story 11. The night was heavy with rain, a relentless downpour that blurred the neon lights of Taipei's bustling streets. The scent of wet asphalt mixed with the aroma of street food, yet something more sinister lingered in the air. It was April 16, 2010, when a crime so brutal would shake Taiwan to its core. At approximately 10:45 p.m., a middle-aged businessman, Lin Weishan, was making his way home after an exhausting day at his real estate firm. His routine was predictable: leave the office late, stop by a convenience store, and take a taxi home to his wife and 2 children. But that night, he never made it home. His body was found sprawled in an alley behind a KTV club, his expensive suit drenched in rain and blood pooling beneath him. His throat had been slit with surgical precision, his wallet still in his pocket, and his Rolex watch untouched. This was no ordinary robbery, it was a deliberate execution. The crime scene was a mess, not because of the murder itself, but due to the rain that had washed away potential evidence. The responding officers from the Taipei City Police Department quickly secured the area, but the forensic team struggled. Any footprints had already been erased, and the rain had diluted the blood trails that could have led them to the perpetrator. The only clue was a single cigarette, but near the body, an imported brand rarely found in Taiwan. Detective Huang Junwei, a veteran with over 20 years of experience, took charge of the case. He was known for his sharp instincts and relentless pursuit of justice, but something about this murder unsettled him. Lin Weishan was neither a gambler nor a criminal. He had no known enemies. Yet, the way he was killed suggested an assassin rather than a common street thug. As Huang dug into Lin's life, cracks in the businessman's perfect image began to show. His company had recently won a high-profile development contract, beating out several competitors, including a major conglomerate with alleged ties to organized crime. Could this be a case of corporate revenge? Or was it something more personal? The detective interviewed Lin's colleagues, but none could provide any useful leads. His wife, Chen Meiling, was devastated but cooperative. She insisted her husband had no enemies and lived a straightforward life. Yet, Huang noticed the slightest hesitation in her voice when he asked if Lin had received any threats. Something was being left unsaid. Then a breakthrough came. Surveillance footage from a nearby store showed Lin arguing with someone just an hour before his murder. The figure, cloaked in a black raincoat, had their back to the camera, but their posture suggested anger, perhaps even desperation. The interaction lasted less than a minute before Lin stormed off. Was this the last person to see him alive? Huang's gut told him this was no random crime, but what he didn't know was that the deeper he dug, the more dangerous this case would become. The rain had been relentless that night, as if the heavens themselves sought to cleanse the city of its sins. But no amount of rain could wash away the brutality of what had happened in that dimly lit alley. Lin Weishan, a respectable businessman, lay dead in a pool of rainwater mixed with his own blood, his throat slashed so cleanly that the police suspected a professional killer. And yet, nothing was taken from him. His wallet, filled with cash and credit cards, remained untouched. His expensive Rolex gleamed under the flickering streetlight. This was no robbery gone wrong. This was an execution. Detective Huang Junwei stood at the edge of the crime scene, his cigarette burning low between his fingers, untouched for the last 5 minutes. He had seen hundreds of crime scenes in his 20-year career, but something about this one unsettled him. There was a chilling precision to the way the victim had been killed, as if the murderer had done this before, many times. The forensic team worked meticulously under their plastic covers, trying to salvage whatever evidence remained, but Huang knew the rain had already done most of the killer's job for them. The only tangible clue so far was a cigarette, but found near the body. Not just any cigarette, but an imported European brand, one that wasn't commonly sold in Taiwan. It was a small detail, but one that could mean everything. Was it left behind intentionally? Or had the killer been careless, confident that the rain would wash away their tracks? Back at the station, Huang ordered his team to dig deeper into Lin Weishan's background. On the surface, Lin was the perfect family man. Married for over 15 years, father of 2, owner of a successful real estate firm. He had no known criminal connections, no history of gambling debts, and no apparent reason to be targeted. But Huang knew from experience that everyone had secrets. It wasn't long before the cracks in Lin's perfect life began to show. Lin's company had recently won a highly contested urban development contract, one that had been fought over by several powerful corporations. Among the competitors was the Zhonghua Group, a firm with rumored ties to organized crime. Losing the contract had cost them millions. Did they decide to take revenge? But there was something else, something much closer to home. Lin's wife, Chen Meiling, had been cooperative when questioned, but Huang had noticed a slight tremor in her voice when he asked if Lin had received any threats recently. She had hesitated for just a fraction of a second before denying it. A trained investigator like Huang could recognize a lie, even a subtle one. Digging further, Huang discovered that Lin had been receiving anonymous calls for weeks before his death. His assistant at the real estate firm confirmed it. Lin had been unusually tense, even irritable, as if something was weighing on him. And then there was the security footage. The grainy surveillance tape from a convenience store near the crime scene showed Lin engaged in a heated argument with an unknown figure just an hour before his death. The person was wearing a black raincoat, their face obscured by the hood. The conversation lasted less than a minute before Lin walked away, his face tight with frustration. The hooded figure remained still for a few moments, watching Lin disappear down the street, before turning and walking in the opposite direction. Who is this person? A business rival? A scorned employee? Or someone even more dangerous? Huang had his team run the footage through facial recognition software, but the results were inconclusive. The figure had kept their head down, avoiding every angle that could give them away. It was almost as if they knew exactly where the cameras were. And then, a chilling detail emerged, one that sent a shiver down Huang's spine. The imported cigarette, but found at the crime scene, matched the same brand favored by a known contract killer operating in East Asia. A man whose name had been whispered in the underworld for years, but who had never been caught. A man who only took jobs worth millions and never left a trace. The Raincoat Killer. Huang had heard the name before, buried in classified case files and whispered between detectives in hushed tones. The killer had been active across Asia for nearly a decade, striking in cities from Tokyo to Bangkok, leaving behind only a trail of unsolved murders. Each victim had been high-profile, each death orchestrated with chilling efficiency. And now, he had come to Taipei. But why Lin Weishan? What had the businessman done to warrant the attention of a ghost-like assassin? Huang's mind raced as he pieced together the puzzle, but something didn't add up. The Raincoat Killer was a ghost, a phantom. No one had ever seen his face. No one had ever survived an encounter with him. If he had truly been the one to kill Lin, why had he left behind a cigarette? Why had he allowed himself to be captured on surveillance footage, even in disguise? It was too sloppy, too uncharacteristic of a man whose very existence was a legend. Unless, Huang thought, someone wanted him to believe the Raincoat Killer was involved. Someone was setting the stage, creating a narrative, leading the investigation in a specific direction. But for what reason? And who had the power to do so? As Huang sat in his dimly lit office, staring at the grainy footage of the raincoat figure, he felt a deep sense of unease settle in his gut. This case was no longer just about murder. It was about deception, and whoever was behind it was just getting started. Detective Huang Junwei barely slept that night. His mind churned through every detail, every inconsistency in the case. The execution-style killing of Lin Weishan had been brutal yet precise, and all signs seemed to point toward the infamous Raincoat Killer. But something about it felt off, too obvious, too staged. Professional assassins didn't make mistakes, yet this one had left behind just enough evidence to lead them straight to a ghost. By morning, new leads emerged. A lab report confirmed that the cigarette, but found near Lin's body, carried a partial DNA sample. It was a near miracle, considering the rain had nearly destroyed all forensic evidence. But when Huang ran it through the criminal database, the result was unexpected. It didn't belong to the Raincoat Killer, or any known assassin. Instead, it was linked to a man named Luo Jianhong, a former security consultant with no criminal record. A man who, as it turned out, had once worked directly for Lin Weishan's company. Huang immediately sent his team to track down Luo, but the man had vanished. His apartment had been cleaned out, his phone disconnected. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. But people didn't just vanish. Someone was helping him. Pushing deeper, Huang uncovered a hidden connection. Lin Weishan's company had been quietly involved in land acquisitions in Taipei, forcing small business owners and elderly residents to sell their properties at unfair prices. Those who resisted had faced harassment, legal pressure, and even threats. And Luo Jianhong? He had been Lin's enforcer, the man who ensured those negotiations ended in Lin's favor. But something had gone wrong. A former employee, speaking anonymously, revealed a key detail. 6 months before his death, Lin had fired Luo. The reason? A deal had turned violent, and Luo had taken things too far, leaving an elderly shop owner hospitalized. Lin, worried about his company's reputation, had cut ties with him. But Luo hadn't taken it well. He had spent years cleaning up Lin's messes, only to be discarded like trash. Was this revenge? The surveillance footage from the convenience store played in Huang's mind. Lin arguing with a figure in a raincoat. The heated exchange. The way the figure remained still after Lin walked away, as if contemplating their next move. What if that person had been Luo Jianhong? Huang needed more proof. He retraced Lin's steps that night and found an overlooked detail. A taxi driver who had picked up a man matching Luo's description near the crime scene. The driver recalled the man had been soaking wet, his hands trembling as he lit a cigarette. The same brand found at the murder site. Now it all made sense. Luo Jianhong had killed Lin Weishan. But he hadn't done it for money. He hadn't done it as a professional hit. He had done it out of rage, out of betrayal. And he had staged the crime to look like the work of an assassin, planting false clues to mislead the police and cover his own tracks. But there was one last twist. Just as Huang's team closed in on Luo's location, an old warehouse on the outskirts of the city, they found him dead. A single bullet to the head, execution style. No struggle, no signs of a fight. Whoever had killed him had done so with the precision of a professional. And just like that, the only living suspect in Lin Weishan's murder was gone. The case officially closed with Luo's death, labeled as a revenge killing gone wrong. But Huang knew better. Someone had cleaned up the loose ends. Someone powerful. Perhaps the same people Lin had wronged in his business deals, or perhaps the very forces he had once worked for. The truth would never be known. As Huang stared at the final report on his desk, he exhaled slowly, crushing out his cigarette. Justice, in the end, was just another illusion in a city where power dictated who lived and who died. And this case, like so many before it, would fade into the rain. Story 12. The evening air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath feel heavy. In the bustling streets of Singapore's Chinatown, where hawkers called out their last sales and the scent of roasted duck mixed with diesel fumes, an 8-year-old girl named Huang Na disappeared without a trace. It was October 10th, 2010. Huang Na was last seen near the Pasir Panjang Wholesale Center, a busy market where her mother worked long hours unloading fresh produce. It wasn't unusual for the little girl to be around the area. She was independent for her age, trusted by her mother to run errands and help with small tasks. That day, she had been playing near the loading docks after school, wearing a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, her black hair tied into neat pigtails. She had told a friend she was going to buy something to eat, but she never returned. By nightfall, panic set in. Her mother, Huang Shuang, searched every stall, every alleyway, calling her daughter's name until her voice turned hoarse. When there was no sign of her, she rushed to the nearest police station to report her missing. At first, the authorities treated it as a routine missing child case. Children wandered off all the time in crowded areas, distracted by toys or lured by the promise of sweets. But as hours turned to days, and no one had seen or heard from Huang Na, the reality became clear. This wasn't a case of a lost child. It was something far worse. Detective Alan Ng, a seasoned investigator with the Singapore police force, took over the case. He had worked on missing persons cases before, but this one felt different. There were no ransom demands, no witnesses who saw her being taken, no security footage showing her leaving the market. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. The police launched a massive search operation. Posters of Huang Na's face were plastered across the city, her wide-eyed smile haunting every street corner. Volunteers combed through parks, drains, and abandoned buildings. Divers were sent into reservoirs. The media ran endless stories, urging anyone with information to come forward. But leads were scarce. Then a breakthrough came. A man named Tuk Lung Hao, a vegetable packer who worked at the wholesale market, came forward, saying he had seen Huang Na on the day of her disappearance. He described her as a cheerful child who often played around the stalls, sometimes chatting with the workers. But something about him unsettled Detective Ng. Tuk was quiet, almost too calm when speaking about the missing girl. He claimed to have been one of the last people to see her, yet his details were vague, his answers rehearsed. And when questioned further, inconsistencies began to emerge. The detective dug into Tuk's background and discovered something alarming. The man had a history of unstable behavior, once detained for wandering aimlessly in Malaysia, seemingly lost in his own mind. Coworkers described him as odd, sometimes speaking to himself when he thought no one was listening. Was he just a strange man with bad social skills? Or did he know more about Huang Na's disappearance than he was letting on? Ing knew one thing: he had to find out before it was too late. The days stretched into weeks, and the city of Singapore remained on edge. It was rare for a child to go missing without any trace, especially in a place as orderly and safe as Singapore. The public followed the case with bated breath, hoping for good news but fearing the worst. Search efforts continued, with officers questioning market vendors, security guards, and taxi drivers who worked near the Pasir Panjang Wholesale Center. Yet, no one had seen anything suspicious. No one had seen a child being dragged away, no cars speeding off in a hurry. It was as if the little girl had simply disappeared into thin air. Detective Alan grew more suspicious of Tuk Lung Hao with each passing day. The 22-year-old vegetable packer had claimed to be cooperative, but something about his behavior felt off. He had volunteered to help in the search efforts, even assisting in putting up missing person posters. But when pressed for details, he seemed evasive, unable to recall specific times or interactions with Huang Na on the day she vanished. Then came a troubling discovery. A coworker of Tuk came forward with a disturbing piece of information. On the night of October 10th, just hours after Huang Na was last seen, Tuk had left the market in a hurry. He had seemed flustered, sweating despite the cool night air. When asked where he was going, he muttered something about needing to rest and quickly disappeared into the shadows. The police intensified their scrutiny of Tuk. A background check revealed that he was a Malaysian national who had moved to Singapore for work. His employment records were clean, and he had no prior criminal offenses. But the more Detective Ng dug, the more he realized that Tuk had an unusual attachment to Huang Na. Several vendors at the wholesale center reported seeing Tuk and the girl interacting frequently. Some even said Huang Na had seemed comfortable around him, sometimes playing near his workspace. But others found the friendship odd. Why would a grown man take such an interest in an 8-year-old girl? Then, something chilling surfaced. A worker who knew Tuk casually mentioned that, shortly after Huang Na's disappearance, Tuk had visited a shopping mall and bought new clothes. He had also cleaned his rented living space thoroughly, scrubbing the floors, washing all his clothes, and even discarding his old shoes. It was an unusual move for someone who lived modestly and had never been concerned about cleanliness before. Detective Ng knew he needed to bring Tuk in for further questioning. When the police arrived at Tuk's workplace, he appeared calm but hesitant. He denied having any involvement in the girl's disappearance, insisting that he was just a concerned friend who wanted to help find her. But as the interrogation continued, cracks in his story began to show. First, he struggled to remember where he was during the critical hours of Huang Na's disappearance. His story kept changing. First, he claimed he was at home, then he said he was at the market, then later, he mentioned taking a walk alone. Second, when confronted with the information that he had suddenly deep-cleaned his rented room, Tuk panicked. He fidgeted, sweat beading on his forehead, and finally muttered something about wanting to get rid of bad luck. But it was the third clue that confirmed Ng's growing suspicion. A search of Tuk's living space revealed something disturbing: a child's pink hairband tucked inside one of his drawers. It was small, almost unnoticeable, but Huang Na's mother immediately identified it as belonging to her daughter. Tuk's calm demeanor shattered. His hands trembled as he tried to explain how the hairband got there, but his words were jumbled, incoherent. He claimed Huang Na must have left it behind when visiting him, but there was no reason for the girl to have been in his private living quarters. Then, in a moment of quiet desperation, he mumbled under his breath, "She trusted me." It was enough. Detective Ng ordered Tuk Lung Hao's immediate arrest. But there was still one pressing question left unanswered. Where was Huang Na? The truth, when it finally came to light, would shake the entire nation to its core. With Tuk Lung Hao now in custody, the Singapore police force intensified their interrogation. They knew Huang Na was no longer missing. She had been taken, and Tuk was the last person to see her alive. But without a body, without concrete evidence, they had no way of proving what had really happened. Detective Alan watched Tuk closely as he sat in the interrogation room. His hands were clasped together, his eyes darting between the officers in the room. He still insisted he had nothing to do with Huang Na's disappearance, but his body language betrayed him. He was nervous, avoiding direct eye contact, his fingers trembling slightly. Hours passed, and Tuk remained silent, offering only vague answers. The police pressed harder, revealing the evidence they had collected. The pink hairband found in his room, the inconsistent alibi, his suspicious behavior after the girl went missing. The psychological pressure mounted until finally Took broke. His voice was barely above a whisper when he said, "She was scared." A chilling silence filled the room. Took began to confess, piece by piece, his words disjointed and filled with regret. He admitted that Huang Na had come to him on the day she disappeared, asking for help with something small, a game, an errand, something trivial. She had trusted him, as she had many times before. But that day, something inside him snapped. He took her to an isolated storeroom in the wholesale market, a place where no one would hear her if she screamed. What happened next was horrific. In a moment of uncontrolled rage, perhaps frustration, perhaps something darker, he attacked her. The details were horrifying, and the officers listening struggled to keep their emotions in check. When it was over, Took panicked. He had not planned this. He had no idea what to do next. For 2 days, he kept her body hidden, returning to his job as if nothing had happened. But the pressure of the investigation, the posters of her face everywhere, the growing fear that he would be caught, it became too much. On October 13th, he stuffed Huang Na's body into a cardboard box, taped it shut, and carried it out of the market under the cover of darkness. He walked past vendors who barely noticed him, past customers who had no idea what he was hiding. He took a taxi to Telok Blangah Hill Park, a quiet, wooded area, and left the box there, abandoning it like discarded trash. Her body was found days later, decomposed but still recognizable. The nation mourned. The case had gripped Singapore for weeks, and now the truth was out. A betrayal so cruel, so senseless, that people struggled to comprehend it. A man whom Huang Na had trusted, a man who had pretended to care about her disappearance, had been the one responsible for her death. The trial was swift and unforgiving. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession damning. Took Lung Hao was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. His appeal for clemency was denied. In 2006, he was executed by hanging. Even though justice had been served, the case left deep scars on the nation. It was a painful reminder that danger could come from those closest to us, from those we least expected. And for Detective Alan Ng, it was another case closed, but not forgotten. As he placed the final report into storage, he couldn't shake the image of Huang Na's bright, trusting smile. The smile of a child who had believed in the goodness of people, only to be betrayed in the worst possible way. Story 13. The morning of May 31st, 2010, started like any other at the luxury jewelry store, Habib Jewels, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Employees arrived at the Pavilion Mall branch, chatting about their weekends as they prepared for another day of catering to the city's elite. The showroom, filled with glittering diamonds, gold necklaces, and rare gemstones, was one of the most high-end jewelry stores in the country, attracting wealthy clients and collectors from all over the region. By 10 a.m., the store was fully operational. Customers strolled in, admiring the dazzling displays, while security guards stood watch, ensuring nothing went wrong. Like many top-tier jewelry stores, Habib Jewels had state-of-the-art security systems. CCTV cameras covered every inch of the store. Alarm systems were directly connected to the police, and employees were trained to detect suspicious behavior. No one suspected that, within the next few hours, the store would become the target of one of the most daring and sophisticated heists in Malaysia's history. At exactly 11:45 a.m., a man dressed in an elegant navy blue suit walked into the store. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, with neatly combed hair and a calm, confident demeanor. Employees assumed he was just another wealthy client looking to make an expensive purchase. He approached a saleswoman, smiled, and asked to see their most valuable diamond necklaces. Moments later, another man entered the store, this one dressed more casually, wearing a black cap and a leather jacket. He appeared to be browsing, occasionally glancing at the display cases, but not drawing much attention to himself. Then, at precisely 11:50 a.m., chaos erupted. A loud explosion-like noise echoed through the store as thick white smoke suddenly filled the room. The customers screamed. Employees ducked behind counters. The security guards, momentarily blinded by the smoke, fumbled for their weapons. And that's when the thieves struck. In the confusion, two more men, both wearing masks, rushed in. They moved with precision, as if they had rehearsed every step of the plan. One of them smashed the glass display cases with a hammer, while the other stuffed handfuls of jewelry into a large duffel bag. The man in the suit, who had been pretending to be a customer, pulled out a gun and pointed it at the terrified employees, ordering them not to move. The heist lasted less than 3 minutes. By the time the smoke cleared and the alarms began blaring, the thieves were already gone, escaping through a side entrance of the mall. They had vanished into the busy streets of Kuala Lumpur before anyone could react. The police arrived within minutes, but it was too late. The thieves had stolen over $10 million, approximately $3 million worth of diamonds, gold, and luxury watches. Not a single suspect was left behind. No fingerprints, no DNA, no obvious leads. It was a perfect crime, or so they thought. The Pavilion Mall, one of Kuala Lumpur's most prestigious shopping centers, was in chaos. Shaken customers were still reeling from the attack, while employees tried to process what had just happened. Police officers moved quickly, securing the crime scene, taking statements, and reviewing the store's security footage. But the more they investigated, the more they realized how meticulously planned the heist had been. Detective Inspector Farid Rahman, a seasoned investigator from the Kuala Lumpur Police Department, was put in charge of the case. He had worked on high-profile robberies before, but this was different. The execution was flawless, no signs of hesitation, no mistakes. This wasn't a simple smash and grab. It was the work of professionals. The first thing Farid did was review the CCTV footage. The cameras had captured everything: the arrival of the thieves, the release of the smoke bomb, the swift and calculated way they cleared out the display cases. But something was off. The smoke bomb had been placed in a very specific location, right under the central air vent. Within seconds, the store was filled with thick, white fog, making it nearly impossible for anyone to see. Farid knew this wasn't a coincidence. The thieves had studied the store's layout in detail. They knew exactly where to place the bomb for maximum effect. Even more suspicious was the way they entered and exited. The man in the navy blue suit, the one who had first entered the store, was clearly the leader. He had walked in alone, confidently, making sure to gain the trust of the employees. He had even engaged one of the saleswomen in conversation, keeping her distracted right before the heist began. Then there was the man in the leather jacket. Unlike the others, he hadn't taken anything. His role was different. He had positioned himself near the security cameras, moving his body strategically to block certain angles at crucial moments. He wasn't just a thief, he was controlling the store's visibility, making sure their faces weren't clearly recorded. And then there were the masked men, the ones who had carried out the actual theft. They were fast, precise, and fearless. They knew exactly which display cases to target, taking only the most expensive pieces. Everything had been planned to the second. Farid sighed and leaned back in his chair. The more he watched, the more impressed he became. This wasn't the work of amateurs or desperate criminals. These were professionals, possibly former military or highly trained thieves who had executed similar jobs before. His first move was to check recent high-value jewelry heists in neighboring countries. If this was a professional crew, they wouldn't have struck only once. And he was right. In the past 2 years, similar robberies had taken place in Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Each case had the same characteristics: a smoke bomb used for cover, a well-dressed leader posing as a customer, and a precisely timed operation lasting less than 3 minutes. In some cases, the stolen jewels had resurfaced months later, sold on the black market in Hong Kong or Dubai. This wasn't just a robbery. This was an international crime syndicate. Farid knew time was against him. The longer it took to track the thieves, the harder it would be to recover the stolen jewelry. Most stolen diamonds and gold were melted down or recut within days, making them nearly impossible to trace. If the thieves had already left the country, the case would be even more difficult to solve. But then a breakthrough came. A witness, a janitor working in the mall's underground parking lot, reported seeing something unusual right after the robbery. A black van, parked near the service entrance, had sped off just minutes after the heist. The janitor hadn't thought much of it at the time, but after hearing about the robbery, he realized it might be connected. Farid immediately pulled the mall's external CCTV footage. It showed a black Toyota Hiace van leaving the underground parking lot at exactly 11:53 a.m., just 3 minutes after the robbery ended. The van's license plate was visible, but when they ran it through the system, it was registered to a fake identity. However, there was something else, a glimpse of the driver's face in the reflection of a nearby car's window. It was blurry, but Farid's instincts told him that this was the man in the navy blue suit. They finally had their first real lead. Now the hunt began. Detective Inspector Farid Rahman didn't sleep that night. He sat in the dim glow of his office, studying the grainy reflection of the van's driver in the CCTV footage. The image wasn't clear enough for facial recognition, but there was something distinctive about him. His posture, the way he gripped the wheel, the hint of a sharp jawline visible in the reflection. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The license plate had been a dead end, but Farid knew that professional thieves didn't operate in isolation. Someone had supplied the van, someone had sold them the smoke bomb, and someone had to be waiting to fence the stolen jewels. If they could find even one weak link in the chain, the entire operation might unravel. He started with the van. Working with traffic enforcement, his team scoured hours of highway surveillance footage, tracing the vehicle's movements before and after the heist. The van had entered the Pavilion Mall's parking lot at 10:30 a.m., more than an hour before the robbery. After the heist, it took an indirect route out of the city, avoiding major toll booths and speeding cameras. At 12:25 p.m., nearly 30 minutes after the robbery, the van was caught on camera entering an industrial area in Kajang, a town on the outskirts of Kuala Lumpur. But after that, it disappeared. No footage showed it leaving. Farid felt a surge of adrenaline. The van had gone somewhere in Kajang, maybe to a warehouse, a hideout, or a scrapyard. If they could find it, they might still recover the stolen jewels. By dawn, police officers were sweeping through Kajang, checking security footage, knocking on doors, and interviewing shopkeepers. At 7:45 a.m., an officer radioed in. "We found the van. The black Toyota Hiace was abandoned in a factory lot, wiped clean of fingerprints. The seats were slashed open, likely to ensure no hidden tracking devices were inside. The license plates had been removed. But inside, investigators found something the thieves had missed. A single crumpled parking ticket from a toll booth near Port Klang, time-stamped at 5:17 a.m. It was a crucial clue. If the van had been in Port Klang, it meant the thieves were trying to move something, possibly the stolen jewelry, by sea. Port Klang was one of the busiest shipping hubs in Southeast Asia, a perfect place for smuggling goods out of the country. Farid and his team rushed to Port Klang. They had no names, no faces, but they had something even more valuable: timing. If the thieves had been there at 5:17 a.m., they were either dropping something off or preparing to leave. The port had thousands of containers moving in and out every day, but only a few ships had departed since the van's arrival. The team cross-checked shipping manifests and found a cargo ship named the Silver Phoenix, which had left Port Klang at 6 a.m., bound for Hong Kong. The manifest listed various shipments: textiles, electronics, auto parts, but nothing about jewelry. Farid wasn't convinced. He made urgent calls to the Malaysian Maritime Enforcement Agency and Hong Kong authorities. If the jewels were on that ship, they had to intercept it before it reached international waters. By noon, the Silver Phoenix was stopped just outside Hong Kong's port. Authorities searched the cargo holds, tearing through boxes of auto parts and electronics. For a moment, it seemed like another dead end. But then, hidden inside a shipment of engine parts, officers found a metal box containing over RM8 million worth of diamonds and gold. It wasn't all of the stolen goods, but it was a significant portion. Meanwhile, in Kuala Lumpur, the breakthrough they needed came from an unexpected source. A jeweler in Petaling Street, Kuala Lumpur's famous Chinatown, reported that a man had come in that morning, trying to sell a loose diamond without certification. The jeweler, suspicious, had stalled the man while secretly calling the police. When officers arrived, they arrested the seller, a 29-year-old Thai national with suspected ties to organized crime. Under interrogation, he admitted he had been given the diamond by an associate and was promised a cut of the money if he could sell it discreetly. He gave the police a name: Marco Lu. Marco Lu wasn't just anyone. He was an infamous jewel thief with connections across Southeast Asia, known for planning high-stakes robberies and disappearing before authorities could catch him. He had been linked to similar heists in Bangkok, Jakarta, and Manila, but had never been arrested. With his name now in the open, the chase intensified. Police tracked his last known whereabouts to a luxury condominium in Mont Kiara, an upscale district in Kuala Lumpur. They moved in quickly, surrounding the building before he could escape. At 3:20 p.m., officers stormed the apartment. Inside, they found Marco Lu, sitting on the sofa, sipping a cup of coffee, calm, as if he had been expecting them. "You took longer than I thought," he said with a smirk. The arrest of Marco Lu led to more names, more connections. Over the next few weeks, authorities arrested 6 more suspects across Malaysia and Thailand. Some were logistics coordinators, others were money launderers. While some of the stolen jewels had already been sold off, police managed to recover Rm 9.2 million worth of stolen goods, making it one of the largest jewelry recoveries in Malaysian history. In court, Marco Lu remained silent, refusing to testify. But with overwhelming evidence, including CCTV footage, smuggling records, and witness testimonies, he was found guilty of masterminding the robbery and sentenced to 25 years in prison. The rest of his crew received various sentences, but investigators suspected that some members had managed to escape. Even with the arrests, rumors persisted that another robbery was already being planned, somewhere in another city, in another country. For Detective Farid Rahman, it was another case closed, but the world of high-stakes crime never truly rested. He knew there would always be another heist, another mastermind plotting in the shadows. But this time, at least, justice had been served.